Chapter 1571. After the crystal rose to the sky, it exploded, and the dense array of restrictions from before was broken. Two balls of light appeared before everyone's eyes. One of them was a human with 6 wings, while the other was a majestic little beast with lightning flashing around it. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, they were both free at this moment. However, there was no excitement on the outsider's face at all. After all, the restrictive spell had been set up specifically to help him recover from his injuries. Now that the restrictive spell had been broken, it meant that all of the healing spell formations had been destroyed. There was no way for him to recover. As for the sacred lightning beast, it was not too excited because the restriction was broken. It had spent a lot of effort to enter the restriction to stop the alien. However, compared to the furious alien race, its eyes were rekindled with hope. Then it turned its head almost at the same time as the alien and looked at the beings who had broken the restriction. At a glance, it was obvious that they were all humans. There were dozens of them. These dozens of people, including Zichin, were sizing up the 2 balls of light. Ants, how dare you ruin my plan? The alien's eyes were filled with anger. These humans were only at the 6th domain realm and were like ants in his eyes. However, it would not be easy for him to get rid of these ants since he was severely injured. The sacred lightning beast's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Zichin, who was leading the group. It sensed an aura of the same origin from this human. It was the aura of the power of lightning. However, very soon, a hint of confusion appeared in its eyes. This was because it also sensed the aura of a foreign race from this human. This was the first time they saw a living alien, so their expressions changed immediately. In the outside world, the people who saw this scene through the light screen were in an uproar. The mansion master and the elegant man looked at the alien quietly without any expression on their faces. Mo Ling, who was standing on the high platform, had a cold look in his eyes. In the small world, the battle behind them was gradually coming to an end. More cultivators rushed over. Zichin shifted his gaze from the sacred lightning beast to the alien. He waved his hand and shouted, "Spread out and surround him. Don't let him escape." A cruel smile appeared on the dark screen's face. His figure flashed, and he rushed to a certain place. At the same time, Heaven's Will, and other powerful existences also rushed to other places. The gaze of the foreign being landed on Zichin as a killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Human, who did you say ran away?" Zichin looked at the alien and sneered. "Of course it's you." "Humph. If I don't trample you ants to death today, I won't leave." Only a venerable could be called a true body. Zichin was a little surprised. If he was at his peak, even the Shantian prefecture lord would avoid such an existence. But now he was still heavily injured, so Zichin was not afraid. A strong aura suddenly surged from the weakened outsider's body. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he had no choice but to lower his cultivation to maintain his strongest fighting strength. A strong light burst out, and visible energy ripples spread out in all directions. These energy ripples carried a destructive aura as they swept towards Zichin and the other humans. The aura of destruction swept across the area, and the vibrations spread out. Then, beams of teleportation light began to flash. Soon, another powerful ripple appeared and destroyed the previous one. Less than half of the original team of more than 50 people were left. In the sky, the heavily injured alien was releasing a powerful aura, which was equivalent to an 8th stage domain. Beside him, the sacred thunder beast shrunk to 3 meters in size and stared coldly at the alien. It also chose to lower its cultivation, but only had the strength of a 7th stage domain left. The moment the alien's cultivation level dropped, more than 30 people died. These people were either killed or forced to teleport away. Only 21 people were left. This was because the sacred thunder beast had protected them at the critical moment. Otherwise, more people would have disappeared. The alien who had become an 8th stage domain was no longer weak. A powerful and terrifying aura surged around him. His cold eyes swept past Zichun and the others, and then swept to the back. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Swoosh! Swoosh! The alien seemed to be frightened by the scene just now. He only glanced at the cultivators in the distance, and the cultivators in the distance crushed their teleportation tokens and left one after another. Haha, you are indeed a bunch of ants. The alien's disdainful laughter echoed in the sky and the entire Shantian prefecture. His voice was ear-piercing. Kill! Just as the laughter echoed, a loud roar rang out and the whole world shook. Against the alien, there would be humans who would raise their weapons. The one who soared into the sky was Zichun. He held a long saber in his hand, and as soon as he reached the sky, he unsheathed his saber. The sky shook, and 6 fused saber lights appeared one after another. Above the saber lights, there was a type of law and 2 rays of light. The law was destruction, and the rays of light were yin and yang. This was Zichun's most powerful attack. When the alien saw Zichun's attack coming, he raised his hand and shot out a ray of light. The 6 saber lights were shattered one after another. Heavenly Tao, descend! In another direction, the voice of Shantian Tao sounded. With a pious expression, he summoned the Heavenly Tao Law from the void. When the Heavenly Tao Law descended, it seemed to transform into a giant dragon. It opened its mouth and swallowed the alien. On the other side of the sky, a glowing book of destiny appeared. Its thick pages opened, and a ray of light fell from it. It was a ray of light that represented the fate of death. Boom! Energy vibrated, and the rest of the people attacked the alien. For a moment, all kinds of attacks flashed in the sky, releasing colorful rays of light. These attacks couldn't do anything to the alien, no matter how many of them there were. However, there was a thunder sacred beast beside the alien. When this beast was at its peak, the alien with the title of supremacy was not even worthy of carrying its shoes. Therefore, even if it was only at the 7th level, it could still pose a threat to the alien. Therefore, 90% of the alien's attention was focused on the thunder sacred beast. The remaining 10% would pay more attention to the more special attacks and then destroy them at any time. For example, the attacks of Shantian Tao, Hidden Mist, and other special existences would be scattered. As for the other people's attacks, sometimes he would choose to take them head-on. These attacks couldn't break through his defense at all. After missing his attack, Zichun's body flashed, and he turned into a ray of light and attacked the alien. The alien flapped his 6 wings and dodged some of the attacks. 6 wings also appeared on Zichun's back, and he instantly attacked. Decapitation. The sharp blade light slashed at the alien's head from behind. At this moment, the alien was facing the powerful attack of the Thunder's sacred beast and couldn't be distracted. Zichun grasped the timing perfectly. Uffed! He dodged this attack again, but it only left a shallow wound on his back. At the same time, Zichun's body was brushed by an attack, and he flew backward. Zichun landed on the ground and retreated more than 10 steps. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but there was a cold smile on his face. If every attack could cause such injuries, the alien would be exhausted to death sooner or later. This was because his attacks had the power to break the rules, and it was very difficult to get rid of it in a short time. Bang! Another cultivator was hit by a beam of energy, but the latter's defense was not as strong as Zichun's. When his body flew backward, he was already at the critical point of death. The teleportation token automatically activated, wrapping around the other cultivator and disappearing. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the sky, the teleportation light shone again, and another cultivator left due to serious injuries. However, this was also good, at least they wouldn't die. Again, with a shout, Zichun stomped on the ground with 1 foot, and his body instantly soared into the air, like a stream of light, and rushed toward the alien. Die. The alien who got rid of the Thunder's sacred beast turned around and attacked Zichen. Zichen immediately propped up a perfect domain world and began a full-scale defense. Uft! Uft! The attacks of the Way of the Heavens and the Fortune Teller came from the left and right, hitting the alien. After that, the two immediately retreated. At this moment, the Thunderous sacred beast that was shaken off followed again. The two sides didn't communicate, but their cooperation was flawless. One cultivator after another was teleported away with serious injuries, and before they left, they also left some injuries on the alien. Bang! Dong Qing's body flashed and disappeared from this world. Then Manshur, who had turned into a giant, was sent flying by a punch and didn't return. Bang! Wu Xie's body exploded, and he was seriously injured in one blow, but he forced his body to fuse and attacked the alien's forehead. Uft! The alien dodged, but he was still hit in the neck, and the wound was deep. Wu Xie's body disappeared in the next moment. Then more and more people left. This battle seemed to have no corpses, but it was extremely tragic. If it weren't for the teleportation token on everyone's body, those seriously injured cultivators would have died one by one. Facing a powerful 8-stage domain, even Wu Xie, who had an undying body, could only be seriously injured. The alien was too strong, and he could cultivate to the supremacy realm, which was equivalent to a supremacy beast. Such a background was much stronger than many high-level life forms. Bang! Another person left. This person was from the 6th-ranked city. Swoosh! The golden light around Jean Qingqing dissipated, and she coughed up blood and left. Uft! The dark mantle coughed up blood and disappeared. At this moment, there were only 4 people left. Zichen, Way of the Heavens, Mist Shadow, Fortune Teller, and the Thunder's sacred beast. There were many wounds on the alien's body, but they weren't fatal. He smiled at the Thunder's sacred beast and said, "These ants will leave soon. Let's see how you will die." Zichen put away his blade, and his cold gaze fell on the alien. He said coldly, "If you don't die, how can we leave?" As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed the teleportation token far away. Faith! The flame of faith burned in Zichen's eyes again. Swoosh! 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 The other 3 people did the same. Obviously, they really wanted to kill this guy, regardless of their lives. All the cultivators in Shantian Prefecture were in an uproar. Mo Ling couldn't help but nod in admiration, his eyes full of admiration. "This is the existence that can carry the cauldron when the future war begins," Shantian Prefecture Lord said. After throwing away the token, Zichen held his blade and charged forward, his body releasing dazzling lightning. Chapter 1572. The actions of Zichen and the other 3 shocked the outsiders. Giving up their only chance of survival meant that they would fight to the death. The willpower displayed by the 4 humans not only caused the faces of the foreign races to change, but even the lightning saint beast had no choice but to look at the 4 of them in a new light. Zichen held a saber and went all in. Zichen pulled out his saber, and the saber light flashed. A wound that was neither deep nor long appeared on the outsider's body. Zichen's arm was almost cut off, and the saber in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. Today's 8th divination, fall. The fortune teller stood in the air, his body shining brightly as he pointed at the outsiders. In the sky, the glowing book of destiny flipped open again, and a ray of light fell. The attack of the book of destiny could not be dodged, even if the other party was an outsider. However, the outsiders had strong vitality and could not be killed by a single word. The fortune teller suffered backlash and coughed up blood. He fell from the sky unsteadily. Heavenly slash. A sharp blade formed by the heavenly Tao descended from the sky and slashed at the outsiders. The heavenly Tao attack was forcibly broken by the outsiders. The hidden mist appeared in front of the outsiders and stabbed the sharp blade in his hand toward the outsider's heart. Then the hidden mist was slapped away. The Thunder's sacred beast took the opportunity to close in and left a deep mark on the outsider's body with its sharp claws. The most powerful attack was still on him. The 4 humans and 1 beast attacked together. The 4 of them charged forward again and again, but they were defeated time and time again. Their injuries were getting worse and worse. Zichen's heavenly thunderwings had reached the limit of its vibration frequency. His extreme speed footwork was also at the limit of its current performance. But even so, Zichen, who was 2 levels lower than the outsiders, still did not have any advantage in front of them. His speed was slower than the outsiders, so Zichen was constantly fluctuating. During this period, he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he exchanged a life for a life. Zichen, who was searching for a way, also reached the limit of the speed of his spiritual senses. Just as he was about to collapse, Zichen seemed to hear a slight cracking sound. Then, as if he had been enlightened, he had a new understanding of the world's fastest speed. It was the inheritance seed that had been blocked in the mana realm. It had finally been activated. Many comprehensions regarding extreme speed appeared in his mind, and Zichen's figure froze for a moment. He had missed the best opportunity to attack, and a flaw appeared in his perfect coordination. The 3 of them were sent flying. If not for the sacred lightning beast blocking the attack at the critical moment, the 3 of them would have died. The 3 of them fell to the ground and coughed up blood. They crawled up with difficulty and wanted to charge forward again. Zichen took a step forward and said coldly, "Get out of the way." "Let me try." The strange being looked at Zichen and sneered, "You're so reckless." Swoosh! Zichen didn't say anything. His figure flashed and disappeared. The outsider's face flickered, and he spun around, only to see Zichen vanish again. Teleportation! This was true teleportation. Zichen's previous speed was like teleportation, but that was only when he was fighting against someone of the same level or not. At this moment, no one could teleport because of the suppression of the aura of an 8-stage domain. But now, Zichen's understanding of the extreme speed of the 9 passing thunderbolts had improved, and he had achieved true teleportation. In fact, this kind of teleportation was dividing this small world into countless spaces, and Zichen was just shuttling back and forth between these spaces. How is this possible? Even so, the strange being was still extremely shocked because he realized that he couldn't lock onto this human anymore. He instinctively sensed danger and turned around, but he could only see a shadow. Although Zichen hadn't found the best opportunity to attack, the strange being was panicking. Just like that, after several teleportations, the strange being was enraged. Fortunately, he closed his eyes and stopped looking around. Boom! Zichen appeared behind him. He turned around and punched. Fist light flashed, and the space around Zichen distorted crazily. Zichen disappeared again. Swoosh! When Zichen appeared again, the strange being turned around and stabbed forward with a sharp blade. With a slashing sound, Zichen's black robe was cut open. The expressions of the 3 people who were originally full of confidence in Zichen could not help but change when they saw this scene. Obviously, Zichen's extreme speed had been detected by the strange being. Just like that, Zichen kept teleporting, but the strange being was always able to seize the opportunity. At the back, the sacred lightning beast didn't make a move. He was also staring at Zichen, who was constantly teleporting, with a complicated expression. He seemed to be hesitating about something. If one looked carefully, they would realize that every time Zichen appeared, the sacred lightning beast would look at him. Then the strange being would attack, and finally Zichen would appear. In other words, the sacred lightning beast had seen Zichen's trajectory before the strange being. Zichen was injured repeatedly, and the 3 people had no choice but to charge forward, but they were sent flying again. Forget it. The sacred lightning beast shook his head and got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. He spoke for the first time. Your 9 passing thunder is not perfect. Now, I will teach you the perfect 9 passing thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light rushed out from his forehead. The moment it appeared, it went straight for Zichen. The beam of light rushed toward Zichen's forehead. It was the perfect 9 passing thunder. "Humph, don't you think it's too late to teach now?" The strange being sneered. It shouldn't be too late. The sacred lightning beast's aura began to surge wildly. Then it rushed toward the strange being. It didn't use extreme speed. Instead, it started to fight head-on with the strange being. Zichen's figure flashed and retreated. Then he sat down cross-legged. The 3 people from Shantian looked at each other and were about to help the sacred lightning beast. "No need. You guys protect that kid." The sacred lightning beast's dignified voice sounded again. The 3 of them no longer hesitated and rushed to Zichen's side. Although the sacred lightning beast seemed to be very confident, it was actually not confident at all. This was because it wasn't sure if this young man who had the power of lightning and the strange being could quickly comprehend the real 9 passing thunder. In Zichen's body, there was a seed of extreme speed comprehension. This seed contained a part of the comprehension of the 9 passing thunder by the Thunder Clan's expert. At this critical moment, the seed finally sprouted. Zichen's comprehension of extreme speed immediately increased by 1 level. However, because his extreme speed was not perfect, the increase was limited. At this moment, the sacred lightning beast gave him the perfect 9 passing thunder. This was like the nourishment needed to water the seed. Zichen's comprehension of extreme speed also increased by leaps and bounds. This was like having the answer in a test. He just had to copy it. Therefore, Zichen, who had been sitting cross-legged for less than a minute, opened his eyes again. In his eyes, there seemed to be a figure flashing by. Swoosh! His figure disappeared without any warning. The 3 of them didn't notice it. The strange being felt a dangerous aura approaching. He immediately turned around and attacked behind him. However, he felt pain coming from his side. When he turned around, he saw a figure disappear. When he lowered his head again, he found a wound on his side. Before the strange being could recover, he felt pain coming from his back again. When he turned around, he saw Zichen's figure disappear. After Zichen made his move, the sacred lightning beast had already retreated. Its eyes were filled with shock. How long had it been? He had completely grasped the essence of the 9 passing thunder. Pooh! Pooh! 9 fleeting thunderbolts took another step forward. Zichen's body was like a phantom, constantly appearing behind the non-human kind and launching one strike after another. The entire Shantian prefecture was very quiet. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Some people were nervously looking at the elusive figure, afraid that something unexpected would happen again. The wounds on the strange being's body were increasing. Streaks of destructive rules were wreaking havoc on the wounds, preventing them from healing. At the same time, it was destroying the vitality around the wounds. The strange being was in a very sorry state. He kept turning around and attacking randomly. After a successful attack, Zichen retreated. He looked at the strange being in front of him. He was still attacking aimlessly. When he sensed that Zichen was no longer attacking, he stopped and looked around. He no longer looked like an expert. His body was full of wounds, his hair was disheveled, and his 6 wings had turned into 5. He was in a very sorry state. He raised his head and looked at Zichen in confusion. He seemed to be asking why Zichen did not attack. Zichen said coldly, "I won't kill you. Or rather, I won't kill you for now. This place wouldn't have appeared out of nowhere. Someone must have helped you. I want to know who helped you. Is it a strange being or a human?" The strange being's hair was disheveled. He sneered, "Do you think I'll tell you? I can search your soul." Zichen's expression was cold. The strange being's expression changed. After saying that, Zichen put away his saber. Another weapon appeared in his hand. It was a strange weapon with barbs. It was the dragon spike. Seeing the dragon spike in Zichen's hand, The strange being's pupils shrank. The lightning's sacred beast's expression also changed. The strange being suddenly laughed maniacally. His laughter shook the heavens. I was wondering why I felt the same energy from you. So it was you. Haha. Apart from the lightning's sacred beast, no one could understand what he was saying. What do you mean? Are you talking about this thing? I killed its master, Zichin said indifferently. There's no need to explain. You and I are both strange beings. No wonder you wanted to kill me. Haha. To die at the hands of one of my own, I can die without regrets. The strange being's voice echoed in Shantian Prefecture. The entire prefecture was in an uproar. What? Zichin is a strange being? How is that possible? Why do they say that Zichin has the strange being's energy? Could it be that Zichin is really a strange being? Just as the crowd was in an uproar, a shout came from the light screen. Bullshit. The shout came from the fortune teller. He naturally wouldn't believe that Zichin was a strange being. However, before he could say anything, he heard another dignified shout. Be careful! Back off! The lightning's sacred beast rushed toward Zichin. Light surged around his body as he took Zichin away. The void was silently torn open. A huge palm print fell from the sky. It carried a vast aura as it slammed down toward the strange being. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. Under this powerful attack, the entire small world began to collapse. As for the strange being, he was directly shattered into nothingness. The powerful strange being died, just like that. He was killed by a palm from beyond the heavens. The entire small world collapsed. Zichen's group and the lightning's sacred beast left the small world. Chapter 1573. In the light screen, the small world collapsed, and the crystals placed in it also exploded. Their vision was filled with destructive energy. Everyone knew that the trip to the small world had come to an end. However, the words that Zichan was of a foreign race still caused an uproar in the entire Shantian prefecture. Look, Huping City is ranked first. An exclamation attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked up and saw that Huping City's ranking had indeed shot up to first place. The ranking of the small world represented the ranking of the cities this time. Huping City had suddenly become a dark horse and jumped to first place, which was surprising. Following that, the voices about Zichan being of a foreign race were completely suppressed by the intense discussions about the rankings. Huping City was filled with cheers. Looking at the first place ranking, many of the higher-ups had tears in their eyes. Old M.O., who used to be Old M.O., actually became number one this time. This was the most glorious result since the establishment of Huping City. It was not an exaggeration to call it a miracle. Obviously, with such a ranking, Huping City's ranking would not only not fall, but would also rise. As for the claim that Zichan was of a foreign race, it was simply nonsense to the people of Huping City. They knew very well whether Zichan was of a foreign race or not. What do you think? The Shantian Prefecture, Lord, kept looking at the destroyed world on the light screen with an expressionless face. The other side has lost another general. We won. The scholarly middle-aged man chuckled. This time there are indeed some who performed well. Let the demon order reward them well, especially Zichin. His character is very much to my liking. The others should be rewarded. But I have other plans for Zichin. What do you mean? Do you also believe that he's of a foreign race? I know very well where his foreign race rules come from. I think we can use Zichin to force the other side. We're not afraid of alerting the enemy. The commotion this time was unexpectedly large. We've already alerted the enemy. The next step is to make them panic. What do you plan to do? Give Zichin an escort. Just give him a battle marshal token, Yi Fuqian said. The prefecture lord and the scholarly middle-aged man disappeared. On the square, the 108 forces were teleported back to the square from the mysterious space. When they first entered, there were 540 people, but now there were less than 500. Apart from Ziqin, who was declared to be seriously injured, the rest who didn't come were all dead. Some of these people had died at the hands of the foreign races, while some had died at the hands of Hu Pingqing and the others. Seeing the square again, some of the cultivators were extremely excited, while others were dejected and vexed, lowering their heads in silence. After they came out, they found out about the existence of the light screen in that mysterious space. They also found out that all the cultivators in Shantian Prefecture were paying attention to them. When they recalled what had happened in the small world, their faces turned pale. Those forces who were prepared to accuse Ziqin of murder immediately dispelled the idea. This was especially true for the last few forces. They had fled in fear after being glanced at by the outsiders. This kind of thing was already very embarrassing, but now it was actually seen by all the cultivators in Shantian Prefecture. When these people appeared, the eyes of the cultivators outside the square were filled with disdain. This made them feel as if there was a sharp edge on their backs, making them feel uncomfortable. Clearly, they had enjoyed the resources in the small world, obtained benefits, and improved their cultivation, but they hadn't fulfilled their responsibilities. This was equivalent to hiring a bodyguard. They had given you all the benefits, but when there was danger, you abandoned them and left. If it was a small matter, it was a lack of integrity. If it was a big matter, it was a lack of courage. This was a deserter. On the battlefield, they would be beheaded. On the high platform, Mo Ling swept his gaze across the crowd and said indifferently, "Congratulations on coming back alive. It must have been very difficult for you to win the final battle." There was silence below. More than half of them didn't participate in the final battle. We all saw your performance. I have to say, some people did very well, while some people's performance was really terrible. Mo Ling didn't mention them one by one, nor did he continue to pursue the matter. He said directly, "Next, I'll announce the rankings." "Wait, where's Ziqin?" A sudden voice interrupted Mo Ling's next words. It was Wu Xia, who had directly said Mo Ling's name in the small world. "Ziqin is seriously injured. He's currently recuperating," Mo Ling said expressionlessly. When Wu Xia heard this explanation, he just laughed sarcastically and said, "Do you think I'll believe that?" There was an uproar in the crowd. First, it was because of Ziqin. Second, it was because of Wu Xia's tone. Mo Ling looked directly at Wu Xia. "I'm very clear about Ziqin's situation. We've been together for so many years. I can't guarantee anything else, but when it comes to the foreign race, I can guarantee that Ziqin is a human and a pure Thunder clan member," Wu Xia said firmly. When the others heard this, their expressions changed. At first, they didn't think much of it, but now that Wu Xia said it, they suddenly realized that Ziqin wasn't injured at all. Perhaps he was detained because of the foreign race member's words. For a moment, some people sneered, some gloated, and of course, some were worried. Man Sure walked out with his emotions, causing the ground of the entire plaza to tremble. He stared at the demon order on the plaza and said, "I, Man Sure, dare to use this head of mine to guarantee that Ziqin is a human." The last sentence of the foreign race was purely a fart. Moreover, it was smelly and loud. Who would care about a fart? Roars of laughter came from all around. Even the serious Mo Ling was amused by Manshar's words. This matter involves some secrets, but if you investigate carefully, you can still find out. Ziqin is a human. It's naturally true. Shantian Dao also walked out from the crowd and said in a low voice. Seeing Shantian Dao testify for Ziqin, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. But thinking back to the battle in the small world, it was clear that the two had a good relationship. Everyone could understand. The Dark Mantle of Darkness City walked out and said, "Ziqin is a human." The Hidden Mist also appeared and said in a serious tone, "Ziqin is definitely a human." Then, Jin Qingqing appeared and more people appeared. The last person was the fortune teller. He directly said, "My master has told Zi Chen's fortune before. He said that he is an outstanding human." The fortune teller's master was the previous generation's fortune teller. Naturally, his words carried a lot of weight. Of course, not everyone testified for Ziqin. For example, Yi Ming and the others couldn't wait for Ziqin to die. How could they testify for him? As for the others, they didn't know Ziqin well and didn't dare to casually testify. However, those who dared to testify were all representatives of certain forces. Their words carried a lot of weight. Looking at the firm tone and serious expression of the crowd, Mo Ling smiled. However, he still felt very comforted in his heart. These people were brave enough to stand up for him. Mo Ling waved his hand and said, "Originally this was a secret, but since you've brought it up, I'll tell you the truth. Zi Chen's injuries aren't serious, but he can't participate in the ranking ceremony this time. He won't even participate in the following individual ranking competition because he has already left Shantian Prefecture." Impossible. How could he leave just like that? Wu Xie didn't believe it, and the others naturally didn't believe it either. The prefecture lord personally gave him a task. Do you think he should go or not? Mo Ling lowered his head and smiled at Wu Xie. Man or head? Wu Xie's expression froze. Everyone else also had astonished looks on their faces. Mo Ling cupped his fist in the air and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask the prefecture lord. Of course, the premise is that you can see him. As the strongest existence in Shantian Prefecture, how could they casually see him?" However, after hearing Mo Ling's words, they were relieved. All right, now we'll announce the ranking rewards. First place in Huping City will be rewarded with 108 city vitality strands. Second place in Shantian City will be rewarded with 100 city vitality strands. Third place in Destiny City will be rewarded with 92 city vitality strands. Fourth place in Hidden Fog City will be rewarded with. Unlike the ranking in the Manor Realm, there were rewards for ranking this time, and the rankings weren't directly distributed. The city vitality was also clearly divided. First place would be rewarded with 108 city vitality strands, and second place would have 8 less, so on and so forth until the last city vitality strand was distributed. As for the other factions that ranked lower, they would be given a certain degree of punishment according to their ranking. As for the method of punishment, it was naturally to extract their vitality. For example, Yanba Castle, which had been eliminated the first time, had 1/10 of the city's vitality drained. If the vitality was too low, like Huping City at the end of the millennium, it wouldn't be extracted anymore. However, Yanba Castle obviously hadn't reached that level yet. This time, Yanba Castle, which had extracted 108 city vitality strands, fell out of the top 100. As for Huping City, which had filled in 108 city vitality strands, its ranking moved up 15 places to 48th place. The names of Shantian City and Destiny City didn't change. Although they'd lost this time, they'd accumulated too many city vitality strands in the past. If they wanted to fall one place in the rankings, they'd have to gain at least 1,000 city vitality strands. For example, if Huping City wanted to become the #1 city in Shantian Prefecture, they'd have to be first place at least 10,000 times before they could stand at the top. Therefore, the ranking of cities wasn't a matter of one person, nor was it a matter of one generation. It was a matter of generations. Huping City's miraculous way of rising up the ranks was absolutely unprecedented. When the ranking was over, Huping City was filled with cheers and celebrations. In Shantian Prefecture, the individual ranking battles began. The ranking battles represented individuals, and there were generous rewards to be won. It was said that the top 5 existences would all be rewarded with a battle marshal medallion, as well as other generous rewards. Chapter 1574. In the Shantian Prefecture, there would be many small teams of adventurers going in and out every day. Ziqin, who had changed his appearance, was in a team of 6. They left the Shantian prefecture and headed to their destination. Thinking back to that tall figure, Ziqin still felt his heart palpitate. He met the person with the greatest authority in the Shantian prefecture, the prefecture lord. The prefecture lord was also the strongest person Ziqin had met since he came to the Jianwu continent. During this period of time, Ziqin had only spoken 3 sentences with the sovereign, but he still felt the pressure in his heart. The prefecture lord gave him a token. Then a scholarly middle-aged man walked over and told him that they were going to a place called the Imperial Sky region. Ziqin had never heard of this place. Fortunately, the scholarly middle-aged man told him that someone would bring him there. If the mission was successfully completed, the reward would be extremely generous. The 5 people accompanying them were all at the 7th layer. It was obvious that this escort mission was no small matter. After knowing everything that happened in the small world, everyone was sent out through the light screen. Out of caution, Ziqin changed his appearance. Along the way, the 5 of them were very polite to Ziqin. Within this politeness, there was even some restraint and reverence. The power that Ziqin displayed in the small world was obvious to all. He dared to draw his blade against an 8th layer domain expert. Moreover, he could rely on his extreme speed to suppress them. How could this be done by an ordinary person? Brother Wu Lu, may I know what kind of place the Imperial Sky region is? The journey this time was very long. The 6 of them would need to spend a lot of time together. Wu Lu was a middle-aged man. He was the most talkative of the 5. It's an alliance with 7 prefectures. There are a total of 7 such alliances in our continent. The existence of the Imperial Sky region was like the current Shantian prefecture. It was just that one had 108 cities, while the other had 7 prefectures and 756 cities. Although it was an alliance, the ruler of the Imperial Sky region had more power than the 7 prefectures' prefecture lords. To become a prefecture lord, the lowest realm was the sovereign realm, and to become the ruler of the Imperial Sky region, one's strength was obviously not weaker than the prefecture lord. I've only been to the Imperial Sky region once. It was with Lord Mo Ling. But at that time we took the transmission array. The speed was very fast. Wu Lu sighed. When Ziqin heard this, doubt appeared on his face. The Shantian prefecture has a teleportation formation that leads directly to the Royal Heaven region. Wu Lu shook her head and said with a smile, There definitely is a teleportation array, but people like you and me shouldn't expect too much. What do you mean? If you want to activate that teleportation array, you have to be at least at the 8th stage domain. Ziqin was still puzzled. Shantian prefecture should have 8 realms, right? Wu Lu didn't mind. Of course. But since this trip was arranged by the city lord and Mr. Tianming, there must be a deeper meaning. Ziqin's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Destiny, are you talking about that scholarly middle-aged man? Is he also called the fortune teller? I'm not too sure about that either. Anyway, his name is Mr. Destiny, and he's good friends with the city lord. He's considered half a manor lord. Going back to the previous question, Ziqin still didn't understand. He said, If there's a teleportation formation, but they don't let us use it and make us walk, who knows when we'll reach the Royal Heaven region? As for whether there's a deeper meaning, I don't know. But at the very least, the risk on the journey will be much higher. Ziqin looked at the 5 people's faces and saw that they were unmoved. Therefore, he didn't give up and said, Perhaps our mission this time is fake and we're just going to die. Wu Lu laughed when she heard this and said, If that's really what the city lord means, then it's definitely for the sake of the Shantian prefecture. So what if we're going to die? The other 4 people also smiled. Clearly, they were all people who didn't care about life and death. To be willing to die for the sake of the Shantian prefecture, Ziqin was full of admiration for this kind of resolution. In desolate places, the 6 of them would increase their speed and travel as fast as lightning. Just like that, after traveling for a month, the group had traveled about 10 million miles. During this period, they would also encounter some ignorant bandits, but all of them were scared away after sensing the group's aura. During this month, the 6 of them traveled and stopped. Zichen was also consolidating his current cultivation level. Previously, his cultivation level had increased a little too quickly. Although Zichen's foundation was already very solid, he still tempered himself over and over again, not wanting to leave behind any sequelae in the future. It was worth mentioning that after the lightning sacred beast left the small world, its injuries flared up and it fell into a coma. It hadn't woken up yet. After traveling for a day, the group began to rest. Zichen hunted a small beast, cleaned it, and barbecued it. Back then, Shantian Dao was full of praise for Zichen's barbecue skills. These days, the few of them were also lucky enough to taste it. Since there was meat, there was naturally wine. The 6 of them also sat around the fire, eating meat, drinking wine, and chatting. The 6 of them had high cultivation levels and strong battle prowess. They merely released a sliver of their aura, and all the battle beasts would take the initiative to take a detour. In Zichen's domain world, the unconscious lightning sacred beast woke up. Its eyes flashed with lightning as it looked around. Zichen sensed it the moment it woke up. He casually opened the domain world and threw a piece of barbecued meat into it. However, the moment the domain world opened, the lightning sacred beast's eyes suddenly flashed, and a powerful aura erupted from its body. Its figure instantly disappeared from Zichen's domain world and appeared in front of Zichen in the next moment. Then, dazzling lightning enveloped Zichen. Zichen had a smile on his face. He held a wine pot in his hand and was even chewing on the barbecued meat in his mouth. However, all of his movements froze in the next moment, as if he had been immobilized in the next moment. In front of him, a ripple of light appeared without warning and spread toward him. The ripple of light spread very slowly, but for Zichen, whose body had fallen into stillness, this speed was already very fast. The ripple of light streaked across a cultivator's body like a sharp blade. His body slowly separated from the top and bottom, and blood slowly spilled out. The space seemed to be still, and there was not even a sound. There was only the ripple of light moving forward. The ripple of light continued to move forward and swept past the second cultivator's body. Just like the first, his body was cut open. Then the third, the fourth, and finally Wu Lu. At this moment, Wu Lu was pouring wine into his mouth. His cheeks were slightly red, and he did not notice the abnormality behind him at all. The wine slowly appeared from the mouth of the bottle and then slowly flowed into his mouth. Before the wine completely entered his mouth, the ripple of light cut his body from behind. In that instant, Zichen even saw his squirming heart. Then, the ripple of light arrived in front of Zichen. Zichen's figure was completely wrapped in lightning and disappeared on the spot. Boom! The illusion of space being still just now disappeared, and a terrifying energy fluctuation came from afar. The place where Zichen and the others were drinking and chatting was instantly turned into nothingness. Zichen's figure appeared with the lightning sacred beast. Because of his nervousness and lingering fear, he began to retch. The remaining barbecued meat in his mouth was all spilled out, and the wine in the wine bottle in his hand spilled all over the ground. A black shadow appeared in the void in front of him. The black shadow's gaze swept toward him, and there was a hint of surprise in his cold gaze. The sneak attack that he was most proficient in was actually dodged just like that. Looking at the lightning sacred beast beside Zichen, he guessed the reason. His face immediately turned cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Go! The lightning sacred beast roared. Lightning once again wrapped around Zichen, and it disappeared with Zichen. As soon as the figure disappeared, a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from where Zichen was standing. He was ambushed twice without warning. If it wasn't for the lightning sacred beast, Chen would have died twice. After dodging 2 life and death crises, Chen immediately reacted and began to flee with the lightning's sacred beast. "Who is that?" While escaping, Chen couldn't help but ask, "I was going to ask you the same question. Why would such a being want to kill you?" The lightning's sacred beast said unhappily, "Kill me? I don't even know him." Chen was stunned. If you don't know him, why would he want to kill you? Moreover, he used a power that's only second to the Emperor level. Chen's expression changed and he said, "What? Only second to the Emperor level? You mean he's at the 9th stage domain realm?" "Of course. He's much stronger than the other races. He's at the peak of the 9th stage, just 1 step away from the human sector lord." The lightning's sacred beast's words made Chen's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. The other party killed as soon as he arrived, and his combat power was only second to the sector lord. Obviously, he was here for them. Chen didn't think that the other party was here for him. It might be because of their mission this time. After figuring this out, Chen didn't hesitate anymore and started to escape with extreme speed. However, there was a difference of 3 realms and more than 10 minor realms between them. How could Chen escape from the other party's lock? Swoosh! Chen teleported, and a huge black hole appeared where he disappeared. Everything within the black hole's range was destroyed. The black figure walked out of the black hole and stared coldly at Chen. In a flash, he teleported and disappeared as well. The distance between the two was shortened time and time again. The black figure attacked again and again. Although Chen avoided the danger time and time again, the vibrating energy made him cough up blood. The combat power of a being that was only second to the sector lord was too terrifying. In the end, Chen was forced into a corner and couldn't escape anymore. Fortunately, he stopped and turned around, staring at the black figure. Why? Not running anymore? The black figure's gaze fell on Chen. "Didn't you want this? Here." Chen was straightforward. He took out the Battle Marshal Region token and threw it at the black shadow. This was the mission he had to complete this time. The black figure's eyes flashed with disdain. He raised his hand and attacked the token. Boom! Not only did the ordinary-looking token not explode after the attack, it even surged with a powerful and vast aura. Shentian Prefecture. Mo Ling sat on the high platform, watching the battle on the stage. 1 month had passed, and the individual battles were coming to an end. Now, it was time to fight for the top 5. Now, the battle was between Wu Xie from Huping City and an expert from the 6th Power. The two had been fighting for a long time, and each had their own methods. Chapter 1575. The token was something Chen needed to escort this time, but he threw it out without hesitation. His life was about to be lost, so why would he still want to protect the token? Chen threw it out without hesitation, but the black figure didn't seem to care at all and directly struck at the token. Chen, who was about to turn and run, was already drenched in cold sweat. He could tell that the black figure's goal wasn't the token, but to kill him. Scheme, this is a scheme. Chen instantly reacted. This must be a trap set by the Shentian Prefecture Lord. If he guessed correctly, the foreign race he killed in the pocket world should be the Prefecture Lord's men. And the reason he helped the little girl back then should be to ruin the Prefecture Lord's plan. This led to the conclusion that the Prefecture Lord was a foreign race. This conclusion could be said to be shocking. However, just as Chen was about to escape, a second powerful aura suddenly appeared. This aura wasn't any weaker than the black figure. He turned around curiously and saw a familiar figure walking out from the energy light. Mo Ling. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Mo Ling grabbed the token and turned to look at Chen. The corner of his lips curled up as he threw the token to Chen, saying, Your mission has been successfully completed. You're free now. This War Marshal Region token is your reward. Other than that, you can go to the Royal Sky region to receive another generous reward. Zichen took the token in a daze and was a little confused. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to. Mo Ling reminded him, kindly. Glancing at Zichen, who was still in a daze, the Thunderous sacred beast brought him away. The black figure didn't chase after them. Instead, he looked at Mo Ling. Mo Ling looked at the black figure and said with some regret, I didn't expect it to be you. In front of Mo Ling, the black figure's eyes were no longer cold. Instead, they became somewhat complicated. He said, but I guessed you would come. Why? Mo Ling looked at the black figure in front of him and asked in confusion. You must have seen Zichen's performance long ago. Once the future war erupts, he will definitely be the one carrying the cauldron. Why do you want to kill him? Do you know how important he is to us? The black shadow lightly replied, It's my duty. This is also considered a duty. Black Flame, don't forget that you are also a human. If there were other people around who heard Mo Ling say this name, they would definitely cry out in alarm, their expressions changing. Black Flame was at the 9th stage of the Domain Realm. His combat strength was ranked second in the entire Shantian Prefecture, second only to Mo Ling. However, the ranking did not represent one's combat strength. Therefore, when the two of them faced off, it was still uncertain who would be the stronger one. Mo Ling's words did not cause Black Flame to waver. He calmly said, My life is no longer mine. Therefore, I can no longer be considered human. To be more precise, I am a dog. A dog raised by others will only recognize its owner. Mo Ling sighed. In this world, not everyone was a heartless person. Some repaid kindness with enmity. Some repaid enmity with kindness, but some repaid kindness with their lives. Black Flame was undoubtedly such a person. After that, the two of them were silent for a long time. A scheme, this is a scheme. Zichen, who had escaped, felt indignant. Although he had ruled out the possibility that the Mansion Master was of a foreign race, he was certain that the Mansion Master and the middle-aged man had worked together to lure the snake out of its hole. And he was the bait. Imperial Sky Domain, Ba. If I go there again, I'm afraid I'll be schemed against again. I won't be stupid enough to go there. I want to return to Huping City. Zichen was very angry that he had been used as bait for no reason. The sacred thunder beast curled his lips in disdain and said, Now you should be thinking about how to escape. If Mo Ling can't kill that black guy, you will definitely die when he catches up. Zichen was shocked when he heard this. He said, That can't be. Mo Ling is known as the strongest person in the Shantian Prefecture. Their realms are the same. How can Mo Ling not be able to kill that guy? That guy is not weaker than Mo Ling. The sacred thunder beast was an extremely powerful existence in the past, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. Zichen had to carefully consider his words. If Mo Ling was really no match for the black guy and was killed instead, then Zichen would definitely not be able to escape the pursuit. Right now, the most correct method was to immediately escape. The further the better. However, he could not escape for his entire life. Zichen turned his head and looked into the distance. The two dazzling lights collided with each other, and a surge of energy fluctuation burst out, which spread in all directions. The mountain forest in front of him disappeared as the energy swept past, turning into yellow sand. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of 20 miles had become a desolate basin. Other than 2 black dots, there were no other signs of life. Zichen knew that this was the clash between Mo Ling and the black figure. However, the power was too strong. The area within a radius of 20 miles had become a dead zone. All signs of life had disappeared. As expected, it's not weaker than Mo Ling, however, this attack was also evenly matched. Zichen was worried. After a moment of hesitation, He rushed towards the two black dots. "You're going to die." The sacred thunder beast followed. In the center of this desolate basin, Mo Ling and He Yan were standing opposite each other. Both of them had used all their strength in the previous attack. When facing an opponent of the same level, even a little probing would be fatal. Both of them seemed to be unharmed, but in reality they were both seriously injured. After that attack, the two of them were once again silent. The silence was first broken by He Yan. "Back then, you and I went on an adventure. You obtained a black dragon spear, and I obtained a flame dragon sword. After that, you became famous with the black dragon spear. Although I didn't say it out loud, I was somewhat unconvinced. The flame dragon sword might not be weaker than the black dragon spear." Recalling the past, Mo Ling's eyes were filled with emotions. He sighed. "In fact, I've always wanted to see the power of the flame dragon sword." A crimson long sword appeared in He Yan's hand. The body of the sword was winding, and a lifelike dragon shadow was engraved on it. I remember that the strongest move of the black dragon spear is called body transforming into a black dragon, borrowing the power of all black dragons. A black long spear appeared in Mo Ling's hand. A black dragon was engraved on the body of the spear. I remember that the last move of the flame dragon sword is body transforming into a flame dragon, borrowing the power of all flame dragons. As the two weapons appeared, the statues in the middle seemed to come alive. The eyes began to shine, staring at each other. "Do you still remember the appearance of these two weapons when we first saw them?" He Yan slowly raised the long sword in his hand. "Of course." Mo Ling raised the long spear in his hand to his arm. At that time, the two weapons were in the hands of their respective owners. Then they pierced into each other's bodies. The owners of the two weapons died together, and the two weapons were like old enemies. Before we arrived, they had been secretly confronting each other. The long sword in He Yan's hand began to shine, and a blazing wave rolled out, causing the surrounding sand to fly into the air. When we took away the two weapons, I joked that we must not be corroded by the weapon spirits, or else we would become old enemies in the future. A faint dragon roar seemed to resound from the black spear. He Yan smiled and said, "At that time I said that it was impossible because we were friends." Mo Ling also smiled. I remember that I added that we were not friends but brothers. The two of them were brothers with different surnames, but today, because of their different ideals, they were on opposite sides. The blazing waves came one after another. The yellow sand in the sky was swept up, and a huge crimson flame dragon appeared. The flame dragon was thousands of feet long. In the midst of the flying yellow sand, its pair of cold eyes were like sharp swords, piercing into the huge black shadow in front of it. The black shadow's aura was like a mountain. It was a huge black dragon that was not weaker than the flame dragon. The black dragon's eyes emitted a cold light, and all its energy was restrained. One was flamboyant, one was reserved, one was domineering, one was steady, but at this moment both were extremely dangerous. "Come!" An indiscernible shout reverberated between heaven and earth, followed by two resonant dragon roars. The flame dragon, with a surging aura, rushed towards the black dragon with a storm of yellow sand that filled the sky. The black dragon, with a mountain-like aura, rushed towards the flame dragon. Ziqin, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the two dragon shadows with a very complicated expression. Good brothers who had been through life and death together, but in the end they were on opposite sides and had to face each other in life and death. Ziqin, who was hiding in the dark, flew backwards to avoid the violent destructive power that was about to erupt. But when the black dragon and flame dragon collided, there was no explosion of energy that could destroy the heavens and earth that they had imagined. The black dragon dissipated, turning into Mo Ling's figure. The flame dragon dissipated, turning into Black Flame's figure. The long spear in Emo Ling's hand pierced Black Flame's heart, and the long sword in Black Flame's hand pierced Emo Ling's heart. This scene was so similar. In a trance, it was like when they first saw the two weapons, but it was different from then. From now on, there was no such thing as an old enemy. Crack! Crack! A clear sound rang out. The two weapons were broken, and the soul shadows in them dissipated. Black Flame stood in place, and Emo Ling took a few steps back. The remaining half of the spear was on the ground. Why? Emo Ling looked at Black Flame, a look of pain on his face. At the critical moment, Black Flame suddenly withdrew his strength, not being affected by the flame dragon's murderous intent in the weapons. Black Flame smiled, and his smile was as gentle and pure as before. Because I was once alone. With that, Black Flame's body fell backwards. He was Black Flame, and his battle strength was not weaker than Emo Ling's. If not for the thought that he was once alone in his heart, how could Zichen, a little guy who had just entered the 6th rank, last for so long? If not for the thought that he was once alone, why would he take the initiative to withdraw his violent power just now? Just the aftermath of the collision was enough to make the little guy, who was hiding in the dark, suffer a fate worse than death. Black Flame fell, but there was a smile on his face. Emo Ling's face was full of grief. Chapter 1576. Hei Yan was dead, but Emo Ling was seriously injured. Although Hei Yan had held back his strength, both of them had suffered heavy injuries from the previous clash. If it wasn't for the previous clash, under the influence of the weapon spirits, the power of their final attack would have been enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Emo Ling supported himself with half of his spear and slowly sat on the ground. He looked at Hei Yan's corpse in front of him, his face full of grief. Zichen appeared not far away. He stood there with a complicated expression, but he didn't go forward. Emo Ling's eyes were full of reminiscence, as if he was recalling the scene when he met Hei Yan many years ago. Unfortunately, he didn't speak and didn't share his past with Zichen. Zichen wanted to ask about Hei Yan's origin and who sent him. However, he opened his mouth but didn't say anything. It was meaningless. There was no meaning. Even if he knew, what could he do? He couldn't even beat Hei Yan now. Even if he knew who was behind him, he would only be asking for trouble. Senior, let's go. After standing there for 15 minutes, Zichen couldn't help but speak when Emo Ling didn't move. I'm not going. You can go. Emo Ling said indifferently. Go. None of you can leave. A cold voice suddenly sounded in this empty space. Then a figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man wearing armor. He appeared out of thin air and glanced coldly at Zichen and Emo Ling. Then his gaze landed on the dead Hei Yan. This trash is indeed born rebellious. He can't do anything right. Zichen was expressionless when he heard these disrespectful words. Emo Ling softly chuckled as he looked at the 9th layer domain stage practitioner and mocked. If he was still alive, I'm afraid that you wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and his face was full of anger. Zichen was speechless. A 9th stage domain realm cultivator was second only to a sector lord. This kind of person could easily become a city lord in one of the 108 cities. This was definitely a high and mighty figure. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people to meet. But today, such existences were like cabbages, and 3 of them had appeared at once. Emo Ling looked at the middle-aged man and said mockingly, Although I'm injured, I'm definitely not someone you can kill. If you know what's good for you, you'd better call the others out. The middle-aged man's expression turned increasingly ugly. However, since he was able to reach the 9th domain realm, he was naturally not a reckless person. In the next moment, several figures appeared beside him. Zichen quietly looked at these people until they all appeared. There were 4 8th stage domain realm cultivators 8 7th stage domain realm cultivators, and 13 ninth stage domain realm cultivators. The 9th layer domain realm was already the pinnacle existence within the domain realm. This kind of level was absolutely top-notch power in the Shantian prefecture. Therefore, the number of these top powers was very limited, and any one of them would attract attention. For example, the disappearance of the demon order had already caused a commotion in Shantian prefecture. Once too many 9th domain realm cultivators were dispatched, it would definitely attract the attention of other forces. Just like this time, when Zichen's team of 6 left the city, only 5 of them were at the 7th layer domain realm. It still attracted the attention of certain forces. Looking at the people in front of them again, there were 9th, 8th, and 7th layer domain realm cultivators. It was impossible for this team to leave Shantian prefecture undetected. For them to be able to appear here, they naturally had other channels. However, this channel was unable to provide more manpower. Therefore, these 13 people were the limit. This limit of 13 people, against a severely injured Mo Ling and an injured 6th layer Zichen, had an 80% chance of winning. Of course, this did not include the Thunder Sacred Beast. If Zichen's team had the Thunder Sacred Beast, the chances of both sides winning would be 50-50. When all the members appeared, the atmosphere naturally became hostile. Although the battle had not started yet, it was only a matter of time. After seeing the situation clearly, Zichen cupped his fists at Mo Ling in front of him and said, "Senior, I have extreme speed, so I'll leave first. As for this place, I'll leave it to you." Without waiting for Mo Ling's reply, Zichen turned and ran without hesitation. The group of 13 people was immediately dumbfounded. One had to know that this lord was willing to risk his life to kill the foreign tribes when he faced them. However, Mo Ling had saved him, but he left because of Mo Ling. Mo Ling chuckled and did not care about Zichen's escape. After him, the 9th layer domain realm cultivator shouted. The other 12 people turned and chased after him. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. The 9th layer domain realm cultivator looked at Mo Ling and sneered. "What a deep plan, but so what? Do you think we came here without any preparation?" Mo Ling asked faintly, "What preparation?" "The preparation to suppress Zichen's extreme speed." The 9th layer domain realm cultivator said confidently, "We also saw the battle back then. The extreme speed of the Thunder Clan is indeed terrifying, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are the best in the world. However, as long as his extreme speed is suppressed, he will be like a toothless tiger and will definitely die." Mo Ling raised his head and glanced at the 9th layer domain realm cultivator. "In that case, you have already prepared. Naturally, you can't suppress him with speed. There should be other methods. The space here has been modified by us. This is originally a place of death specially built for Zichen," the 9th layer domain realm cultivator said confidently. "I understand. It seems that Zichen is in danger." With that, Mo Ling closed his eyes. The 9th layer domain realm cultivator sneered. Zichen's death was already set in stone. Now that Mo Ling had closed his eyes, it was obvious that he was recuperating and had begun to think for himself. However, the 9th layer domain realm cultivator was happy. Even now, he still did not have the confidence to kill the severely injured Mo Ling. However, he could wait for the others to return. One had to know that Zichen and his group of people could exhaust the 8th layer domain realm cultivator to death. Naturally, the 13 of them could exhaust the severely injured Mo Ling to death. The 2 of them quieted down, just like that. Zichen, who was escaping at top speed, quickly sensed that his speed was being suppressed. However, he was not shocked. He was just a little surprised, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He did not plan to escape at all. The pursuers behind him were getting closer and closer to Zichen. Zichen could hear their complacent laughter. Hence, he sneered and rushed forward. A glowing space tunnel appeared in front of him. It looked like a transportation tunnel. Oh no, he opened a transportation tunnel. When the others saw this, they cried out loudly and sped up again. Before the space tunnel closed, the 12 of them finally entered it. However, it was very different from what they had imagined. This was not a transportation tunnel, but a world. This world was filled with the power of the 5 elements, the power of the heavens and earth, and many other nomological powers. They combined together to form a perfect world. Zi-Chin was in this world. He smiled as he looked at the 12 of them. "Welcome to my domain world. This is your domain world." The expressions of the 12 of them kept changing. "It's the real deal," Zi-Chin said with a smile. "So what? Do you think you can kill us like this?" The 8th stage domain expert said coldly, "Everyone who came from afar is a guest, so it's not good to talk about fighting and killing. Everyone, why don't I show you around my domain world?" "I'm sure you'll find something you won't expect," Zi-Chin said with a smile. "Humph, don't tell me there is a void tree." Another 8th stage domain expert snorted. Zi-Chan waved one hand in the air. The space there began to vibrate, and a small tree rooted in the void appeared. Zi-Chin chuckled. "Everyone, this thing may be very precious in your eyes, but it is not even as valuable as a cabbage in my world." "Why is that?" "Because there is no cabbage in my world, but there are many void trees." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Some of them snorted. However, in the next moment, their eyes and mouths widened as they looked at the surging void. As the void surged, one void tree after another appeared. At a glance, there were no less than 20 of them. Each void tree was known as a priceless treasure, but Zi-Chen had more than 20 of them. Everyone's eyes lit up and their breathing quickened. "Everyone, my domain world has a diameter of 3 million meters, which is equivalent to a diameter of 60,000 miles. Don't you want to see what is in my 60,000 miles of domain world?" Under the temptation of Zi-Chen's words, everyone was also tempted. Even in this domain world, they were still confident that they could kill Zi-Chen. This was because they also had domain worlds. Although they were not as big as Zi-Chen's domain world, the power it contained was stronger. Everyone was silent. Silence meant that they agreed with Zi-Chen's suggestion. Zi-Chen walked forward, and the 12 of them followed behind. Zi-Chen's domain world was no longer empty like before. There were many things in it. For example, there were some towering mountains, rivers, and thick trees. This was not something that Zi-Chen had done on purpose. Instead, it was the natural evolution of the 5 elements. At present, these were the most ordinary things. However, when this domain world matured, these ordinary things might evolve into some spiritual objects. Golden sunlight shone on everyone, making them feel warm. In a trance, everyone had an illusion that they were in a real domain world. Zi-Chen, who was walking forward, sighed slightly. "My domain world is still expanding, but unfortunately, it has not evolved into living creatures." "Your domain world can evolve living creatures on its own." "That means these things evolved on their own." An 8th stage domain realm cultivator was shocked. Of course. Otherwise, who would be bored enough to put these ordinary things in it? These things were too ordinary. They were so ordinary that they needed to be deliberately found in a place like the Zhanwu continent. The mountains were the most ordinary. There were no mineral veins in them, nor were there any special rocks. There were no living creatures in the water, and the trees were the most common in the domain world. The expressions of the 12 people changed. If these things really evolved on their own, it would be like the evolution of a legendary new domain world. These were the most primitive things. Once living creatures evolved, they would be the most primitive existence in this domain world. Once living creatures learned how to cultivate, they would be the first batch of experts in this domain world. Chapter 1577. Opening up a world of his own was something that even the realm lords of those worlds couldn't do. In that instant, everyone looked at each other and saw endless shock in each other's eyes. Compared to this domain world that had a bit of the concept of the Zhanwu continent, those 20 or so void trees were really nothing, because no one could guarantee that if Zichen's world was completed, these ordinary trees wouldn't mutate and evolve into void trees, or something even more miraculous than void trees. By revealing his biggest secret to everyone, Zichen intended to buy time for Emo Ling. After that, Zichen led everyone deeper and began to introduce the environment and use of each place. There was a valley in front of them, and there was a small lake in the valley. There were some colorful flowers growing around the lake, and the fragrance of the flowers wafted out. Zichen pointed at the valley and said, "The scenery there is not bad. I plan to take some time to catch a pure-blooded Aurora Pegasus and raise it there in the future." Aurora Pegasus was a true high-level life form. Once it matured, it was equivalent to a human realm lord, the emperor among the war beasts. If it was before, everyone would have thought that Zichen was bragging, but after seeing the uniqueness of Zichen's domain world, they had to admit that Zichen did indeed have the strength. Zichen then pointed to a place that was shrouded in clouds and mist, looking like a fairyland, and said, "If there comes a day when I am hunted down and have nowhere to hide, I will live there and leisurely spend the rest of my days." Everyone sneered in their hearts when they heard this. If they could spread this news, then Zichen was destined to spend the rest of his life being chased. There was no expert who wouldn't covet such a perfect world. Even a realm lord was willing to give up his own world that was close to completion and take over Zichen's body. Zichen pointed and talked about the use of each place, and the confidence of the 12 people from before also disappeared bit by bit. With such a world, and in Zichen's world, it might not be easy for them to kill Zichen. Just as they were about to strike first to gain the upper hand, they saw the first life in this world. It was a majestic little beast with a dragon head and a Qilin body. Zichen pointed at the majestic little beast lying on top of the boulder and said, "It doesn't have a name. It keeps saying that it is this sage. It is said that it is even more awesome than a supreme beast. It is known as the Thunder Sacred Beast and is the ancestor of the Thunder clan." The Thunder Sacred Beast's gaze swept over, and the 12 people's expressions changed drastically. The leader of the group, who was at the 8th stage of the domain realm, shouted decisively, "Do it!" As soon as they finished speaking, they all charged towards Zichen. Dazzling energy attacks appeared within Zichen's world, and all sorts of powerful pressure appeared, enveloping Zichen. At such a close distance, it would be difficult for Zichen to dodge this joint attack. Pooh! As expected, Zichen did not manage to dodge the attack. His body was instantly smashed into pieces. Pooh! While everyone was stunned, another soft sound rang out. After that, they saw a head fly high into the sky and fall into the distance. Damn it! The 8th stage domain realm expert cursed and was about to reveal his domain world. However, a powerful pressure appeared, and his domain world was severely suppressed. It could only spread out a few meters, and he was protected by his own domain world. A thunderbolt shot from afar and charged towards the 8th stage domain realm expert. The indestructible domain world was as fragile as paper in front of the thunderbolt. The thunderbolt tore the domain world apart and arrived in front of the 8th stage domain realm expert. It transformed into a thunder sacred beast. It seemed to have withstood a great amount of force as it slowly raised its claws and slapped towards the 8th stage domain realm expert's head. This attack was very similar to the scene when Black Flame attacked Zichen. His opponent's speed was obviously very slow, but his own speed was even slower. It was so slow that it was almost stationary. Bang! The 8th stage domain realm expert's head was smashed into pieces. His domain world dissipated, and the thunder sacred beast disappeared in a flash. During this time, Zichen unsheathed his long saber. A cold light flashed, and 2 7th stage domain realm experts heads were chopped off. Zichen had already stepped into the 6th stage domain realm. Even in the outside world, he was not afraid of 7th stage domain realm experts, let alone in Zichen's world. In his own world, Zichen's speed had reached an extreme. When his figure flashed, he appeared and disappeared without any warning. Pooh! He teleported and unsheathed his black saber. A bright saber light flashed, and the 7th stage domain realm expert's world was torn apart by Zichen. The saber light went straight for his opponent's neck. Another head flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, the heads of 7th stage domain realm experts left their bodies. Zichen, on the other hand, had used his teleportation-like speed to appear behind an 8th stage domain realm expert, Zhang. He unsheathed his saber again, and a bright saber light appeared. In the saber light, there was the integrated destruction law. This law had a great destructive effect on all the forces in the world. As a result, there was an additional wound on the 8th stage domain realm expert's body. However, his opponent also took advantage of this opportunity to attack Zichen. Zichen immediately retreated and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Sure enough, Zichen was still having a hard time fighting a 6th stage domain realm expert against an 8th stage domain realm expert. He could not kill with one blow. At this moment, Zichen was still facing 4 8th stage domain realm experts. All of them were staring at Zichen covetously. As for the Thunderous sacred beast, after killing one of them with one blow, it lay down on the giant rock in the distance again and squinted to watch the show. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichen used his teleportation ability to disappear and reappear repeatedly. However, he could not find a chance to attack when facing 4 8th stage domain realm experts. Zichen did not know where to start. The 4 8th stage domain realm experts still looked solemn. Zichen was too strong. If they were to fight one-on-one, they would definitely be the ones to die. Zichen returned in a flash. He looked at the Thunderous sacred beast and said unhappily, "What do you mean? Didn't we agree to attack together?" The Thunderous sacred beast glanced at Zichen and said, "You have the intention to train your battle skills. I don't have the time for that. I still need to train my battle skills. My understanding of battle skills has already reached an extraordinary level." Zichen looked unhappy and said, "Come and help me quickly. I can't deal with them alone." The Thunderous sacred beast remained motionless and said with narrowed eyes, "It is indeed impossible for you to kill them with your killing technique. However, don't you still have a weapon?" Zichen immediately understood what the Thunderous sacred beast meant. However, he was still puzzled. Every time he used the dragon spike, it was a sneak attack because it ignored defense. However, Zichen had never used it in a head-on battle. Furthermore, he was not sure if the dragon spike could ignore defense, but it might not be able to ignore the domain world. Now, the 4 of them were protected by the domain world. Zichen was not sure if the dragon spike could be ignored. If it could not be ignored, then what awaited Zichen after an ineffective attack would be a serious injury. The Thunderous sacred beast knew about his doubts, but did not clear up Zichen's doubts. Instead, it closed its eyes again. Zichen gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. His figure flashed and disappeared again. The next moment, he appeared in front of an 8th stage domain realm expert. The dragon spike in his hand pierced toward the opponent's heart. However, his attack seemed to be a little slower. The 8th stage domain realm expert's attack arrived first and landed on Zichen's body. Bang! This was the full force attack of an 8th stage domain realm expert. It contained a powerful force that caused Zichen's body to explode. Not good. The other 3 people's expressions changed drastically as they sensed that it was a doppelganger. The 3 of them were on guard. They felt that they were Zichen's target. However, Zichen's real body appeared in front of the first person. Just as the opponent was about to exhaust his strength, He threw the dragon spike in his hand forward. The dragon spike ignored defense and all defenses. A round hole appeared in front of the dragon spike. The dragon spike pierced deep into the hole and appeared in the middle of the opponent's back in the next moment. The 8th stage domain realm expert was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Zi Qin pulled out the dragon spike and retreated rapidly. A destruction law entered the opponent's body through the dragon spike, wreaking havoc and destroying his life force. The 8th stage domain realm expert collapsed. Only 3 of the 4 were left. The 3 people's expressions changed drastically, their hands trembling as they gripped their domain weapons. He had doppelganger, teleportation, and the dragon spike that ignored all defenses. Even though the 3 experts gave their all in the following battle, there was still no suspense. From the way the Thunder sacred beast kept its eyes closed and ignored the battle, it could be seen that it had predicted the outcome of this battle. All 12 of them were dead. Zi Qin looked at the 12 corpses and waved his sleeve. The corpses instantly turned into dust and disappeared, leaving behind some broken armor and weapons on the ground. There were also balls of light of different sizes. Zi Qin summoned a ball of light and released his spiritual thoughts. From these balls of light, he saw worlds of different sizes. How is it? The Thunder sacred beast appeared beside Zi Qin at some point. Just as I thought. Zi Qin's heart was filled with delight. These balls of light were the domain worlds of the 12 people. They were a type of pure energy. Killing a domain realm expert has to be like this to maximize the benefits, the Thunder sacred beast said proudly. This was what it told Zi Qin. If he wanted to obtain a domain realm expert's world, he had to kill them in their own world or use some kind of method to seal the space. Otherwise, after a domain realm expert died, their world would hide itself. Some would enter the endless void, while others would enter the underground. After many years, the space would change, and those ownerless worlds might turn into ruins and become places of adventure for later generations. The 9th stage domain realm expert's expression gradually became uneasy after waiting for the others to return. He looked at Mo Ling again, who was sitting cross-legged and seemed very calm. After an unknown period of time, just as the 9th stage domain realm expert was beginning to feel restless, Mo Ling opened his eyes and said, "Don't wait anymore. Your people won't return." "Impossible. How can Zi Qin kill them alone?" The 9th stage domain realm expert naturally didn't believe it. Of course, it's impossible for one Zi Qin, but what if the Thunder sacred beast joins the fray? Mo Ling's face had a hint of ridicule. The Thunder sacred beast also followed us. The 9th stage domain realm expert had a look of disbelief. Before they came, they didn't even consider the Thunder sacred beast because they knew from some ancient records that it was a real big shot. At its peak, it could make the entire continent tremble with a stomp of its feet. How could such a powerful existence follow Zi Qin, a mere 6th stage domain realm expert? Their guess was right. The Thunder sacred beast naturally didn't care about Zi Qin. However, they never expected that the Thunder sacred beast would directly faint after coming out, unable to leave even if it wanted to. Chapter 1578. Sensing the light, Ninefold Domain turned around and saw Zi Qin and the sacred thunder beast that was supposed to leave. His face darkened immediately. Only now did he realize that he had made a huge mistake. Zi Qin had risked his life to fight against the alien race in the pocket dimension. How could he abandon Mo Ling, who had saved his life, and escape alone? Obviously, the two were not in cahoots. However, Mo Ling trusted Zi Qin very much, which was why he waited patiently. He believed that Zi Qin would definitely be able to defeat the enemy and return. Ninefold Domain regretted that he should not have waited. If he had risked his life, he might have been able to kill the strongest Ninefold Domain expert, Mo Ling. One wrong move and he had lost the initiative. "Senior, how should we fight this battle?" Zi-chan walked over slowly, followed by the sacred thunder beast. "We'll do as you say." Mo Ling chuckled. Although he was seriously injured, he still sat there calmly with half of his sword still stuck in his body. After hesitating for a while, Zi-chan said, then, "I'll be the main attacker." "You?" Ninefold Domain looked coldly at Zi-chan. "And you have to be careful. Although it's only at the 7th stage, it can kill an 8th stage domain expert instantly." Zi-chan betrayed the sacred thunder beast's combat strength without any hesitation. As expected, Ninefold Domain was very afraid of the sacred thunder beast. Zi-chan started to charge forward, followed by the sacred thunder beast. Mo Ling, who was sitting on the ground, opened his domain world. However, he did not expand it completely. Instead, he suppressed Ninefold Domain world. "I can't hold on for long," Mo Ling's voice sounded. "Then let's end this quickly." A scabbard appeared in Zi-chan's hand. Battle intent surged in his eyes as he drew his saber. Zi-chan was the first 6th-stage domain expert who dared to draw his saber against a Ninefold Domain expert in many years. A bright saber light flashed and rushed toward Ninefold Domain. A 6th-stage domain expert against a Ninefold Domain expert. This attack posed no threat at all. Boom! The sky trembled and the void split open. A beast claw shining with lightning light fell toward Ninefold Domain with vast power. This was the attack of the Lightning Saint Beast, so those in the 9th Domain had to take it seriously. Roar! A resonant dragon roar resounded as the Dragon Soul Spear released a dazzling light. It transformed into a dragon shadow and charged toward the 9th Domain. While defending against the human, beast, and dragon soul, the 9th Domain realm still had to pay attention to the demon order and multitask. From this, it could be seen how sullen he was in this battle. The beast claw was scattered by his punch. Zi-chan's attack and dragon shadow arrived to harass him. Pooh! The attack was effective for the first time. A wound appeared on the arm of the 9th Domain realm expert. The destruction rules on the wound started to wriggle. Die! A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the 9th Domain realm cultivator. He mustered all his strength and prepared to kill Zi-chan in one strike. Suddenly, a sharp killing intent appeared. This killing intent came from Mo Ling. His expression changed, and he didn't have time to use his full strength. He struck out, sending Zi-chan flying. Zi-chan had just retreated when a spear shadow shot over like lightning. It tore through space and pierced toward the 9th Domain realm cultivator's glabella. The energy around the 9th Domain realm cultivator surged like waves, and the soul spear was sent flying. 2 dazzling lightning fists appeared on the left and right. One was a human's fist that looked like the fallen lightning Xingqian, while the other was a huge beast's fist. Boom! Boom! When the 2 fists arrived, the 9th Domain realm cultivator's body became unstable and swayed slightly. Zi-chan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared behind the 9th Domain realm cultivator and attacked with his sword. When the 9th Domain realm cultivator noticed, he flashed away again. With the help of the Lightning Saint Beast, Zi-chan was like a calm cheetah. He stared at his prey and waited for the opportunity to launch his most powerful attack. Every time he attacked, Zi-chan's timing was very accurate and on point. This was honed from battle after battle. Even when they were in the small world, the calm Zi-chan still managed to grasp the flaws of the foreign race cultivator. Uft! Uft! More and more small wounds appeared on the 9th Domain realm cultivator's body. In the eyes of ordinary people, these were superficial wounds that were nothing to be afraid of. However, only the 9th Domain realm cultivator knew that Zi-chan's attacks were very strange. The nomological power contained in them was something he had never seen before. At this moment, These nomological powers were corroding his wounds and destroying his life force. Once these small wounds exploded, it would be fatal. The longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for Zi Qin and for the Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator. The Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator shouted. He ignored the demon token and focused on attacking Zi Qin. Kill! The lightning Saint Beast turned into a ball of dazzling lightning, and an extremely powerful aura erupted from its body. It seemed to have used some kind of powerful secret technique and charged toward the Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator. The latter wanted to kill Zi Qin with his full strength and did not expect to encounter the lightning Saint Beast. However, no matter who it was, he would kill as many as he could. Bang! The lightning Saint Beast crashed into the Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator. The dazzling lightning around its body instantly shattered, and its body flew backward. Lightning blood splattered in midair. The demon token, who had not made a move, slowly raised his left hand and pointed at the Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator. A mysterious energy, light, appeared and landed on the Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator. The latter's body slowed down slightly as if he was under great pressure. At this moment, Zi Qin arrived. The power of lightning no longer flashed around his body. The violent lightning aura also disappeared and was replaced by a holy aura that emitted a bright light. This aura did not belong to the human world. It was the pure aura of a foreign tribe. At this moment, the lightning wings on Zi Qin's back appeared. He looked like a real foreign tribe member. In his hand, he was holding a weapon that belonged to a foreign tribe member. It was the dragon spike that he had obtained after killing the Mirage Dragon. At this moment, with the help of a foreign tribe member, the aura surging on the dragon spike became extremely terrifying. The lightning Saint Beast was sent flying. The demon token took action, and Zi Qin's attack arrived. Before the Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator, the dragon spike pierced forward and a fist-sized black hole appeared. The moment the black hole appeared, Zi Qin's attack speed slowed down slightly. A loud dragon roar resounded, and a spear light pierced through the black hole. The spear light flashed, and the dragon spike pierced into the black hole. The Ninth Domain Realm slowly mobilized the power in his body and attacked Zi Qin. In his opinion, he would definitely be the winner in such a head-on collision. However, the dragon spike's defense-ignoring characteristic was fully activated and pierced through his body first. His body trembled, and 30% of his attacks dissipated. The remaining 70% landed on Zi Qin. Zi Qin flew backward and drew a line of blood in midair. After landing, Zi Qin did not move. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The lightning Saint Beast, who had been hit with full force, also fell to the ground. Mo Ling was dispirited. He supported himself with half of the spear and could not sit still. The Dragon Soul spear pierced through the Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator's body and pierced deep into the ground. As for the Dragon Spike, it appeared at the Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator's chest. The Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator did not move. He stared ahead with a frozen expression at Zi Qin, who had fallen to the ground. After a while, Zi Qin's body moved slowly, and he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He slowly got up and looked at the motionless Ninth Domain Realm in front of him. He said regretfully, "It's a pity that the Ninth Domain Realm world is gone. It's good enough to kill him." A weak voice sounded. It was the Lightning Saint Beast, who had pretended to be dead. It had also turned over and stood up. The Dragon Soul spear broke through the ground and disappeared beside Zi Qin. Zi Qin casually walked up to the Ninth Domain Realm and pulled out the dragon spike forcefully. Blood splattered, and the Ninth Domain Realm's corpse fell backward. Phew! Zi Qin sat on the ground and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to look at Mo Ling. "Senior, are you okay?" "I won't die for the time being," Mo Ling replied after a while. "That's good. Let's hurry up and leave." Zi Qin stood up again, and walked toward Mo Ling unexpectedly. Mo Ling shook his head and said, "I'm not going. You guys go ahead." Zi Chun was stunned. "Senior, the pursuers may come at any time. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave." Mo Ling sighed. "My injuries are very serious. I'll only be a burden to you if I leave with you." "Are you kidding me?" "Senior, I'll be in charge of escaping. You just have to treat your injuries. Once you're healed, no one will be our match." Zi Chen, who was speaking, did not notice that Mo Ling's eyes were filled with the will to die. However, Zi Chen did not care about this. He opened his domain realm and took away the heavily injured Mo Ling. The lightning Saint Beast's injuries were not light. It also entered Zi Chen's domain realm. At the same time, Zi Chen also took the dead black flame into his domain realm and began to run. While running, he used his power to check his body over and over again to see if there was anything like a tracking mark on his body. Not finding anything, Zi Chen entered the dense forest. In the Zhanwu continent, the most area was occupied by dense forests and mountain ranges. Almost every dense forest and mountain range was guarded by powerful battle beasts, and if he was not careful, he might encounter some high-level life forms. If he followed a specific route, he should have bypassed this dense forest and mountain range. But Zi Chen obviously would not be stupid enough to wait to be schemed against. Fortunately, he deviated from the route. In this way, he could avoid the pursuers and also gain experience. If he was lucky enough to encounter 1 or 2 high-level life forms that had not yet fully grown, it would be good to catch them and raise them in his domain realm. A high-level life form cultivation plan had already taken shape in Zi Chen's heart. At the same time, Zi Chen thought in his heart that if he really could not find any high-level life forms, he would return to Huping City and go to Tiger God Mountain to catch a few. For example, Wu Shuang and her little friends who grew up with her. This was just pure fantasy. If Zi Chen really dared to go to Tiger God Mountain and mess around, he would probably come out dead. 7 days later, Mo Ling's request came out. Zi Chen had no choice but to comply. Mo Ling's injuries were still very serious, but his spirit was much better. "I see that you have a long spear refined with a dragon soul," Mo Ling said directly after coming out. "Yes." Zi Chen nodded. "How about I teach you a set of spear techniques?" This was Mo Ling's second sentence. Chapter 1579. Shentian Prefecture, the residence of the Prefecture Lord. On the chessboard, the black horse that wanted to turn into a dragon was not in a good state. The Shentian Prefecture Lord stood to one side, silently watching the changes on the chessboard. During this period, the white side lost 2 stones, and the black side got close to the black horse, and a black stone's light dimmed. "Prefecture Lord, I found it." A low voice sounded. The Prefecture Lord turned around and looked at the elegant, middle-aged man. There was a touch of surprise in his eyes. It seemed that this was the first time he had heard the other party speak in such a tone. The elegant, middle-aged man came closer, holding an old, yellowed paper in his hand. He smiled bitterly. "I found it. This time I miscalculated." "What's wrong?" the Prefecture Lord asked. The weapon in Zi Chen's hand is called the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Star Illusion Dragon Spike. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. The Prefecture Lord frowned slightly. The elegant, middle-aged man's smile became more bitter. "It's the saint weapon of the Starry Sky Supreme Saint. It has been missing for many years." "The Starry Sky Supreme Saint, it's actually his." The Prefecture Lord's expression changed slightly. The Starry Sky Supreme Saint was the leader of the foreign invaders. He brought great trouble to the creatures of the Zhanwu continent, and the most frightening thing was the saint weapon in his hand, which was said to be able to ignore all defenses in the world. Countless experts died under the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Just the Starry Sky Supreme Saint alone was enough to make humans tremble in fear. In the end, an unknown human saint appeared and fought with the Starry Sky Supreme Saint for 3 days and 3 nights. The two died together, and the Star Illusion Dragon Spike disappeared at that time. The elegant, middle-aged man smiled bitterly. I had long seen that the weapon in Zi Chen's hand was extraordinary, but I didn't expect it to be a saint weapon. It seems that I was too hasty in making this move. The prefecture lord's heart skipped a beat. He asked. Then Mo Ling, the elegant middle-aged man, shook his head. Black Flame is dead. He can't come back. Sigh. The prefecture lord sighed. This is fate. It's predestined. The elegant middle-aged man turned and left. The prefecture lord's mood became low. Although Mo Ling was his top general, the two had been together for so long that they were already very good friends. Now his friend was in danger, but he could not help. If he could not even protect his friend's life and death, what could he do as the prefecture lord of Shantian? On the go board, many white ghost stones shone brightly. The manor head looked at the glowing white chess pieces and coldly said, Men. Without a sound, another person appeared behind the mansion master. Next, mark the locations where teleportation can be activated one by one. Exterminate all life within 100 miles. Yes. Behind the mansion master, that person disappeared in a flash. Musa was the person with the highest status within a 50-kilometer radius of this area. He was only at the peak of the corporeal realm, but the place he lived in was an enormous castle that did not match his strength. Over the years, many realms had taken a liking to this castle. However, these realms either disappeared on their own accord or died outside the castle. Gradually, no one dared to think of polishing Sa anymore. Even the overlords here had to be treated as equals in front of Sa. Mo Sa was only at the corporeal realm, but he was able to reach this stage. Naturally, he was very proud. However, he knew very well what the real reason for all of this was. Today, Mo Sa received a piece of news. Early in the morning, he walked to the deepest part of the mansion, to an unremarkable building. Normally, this place was a forbidden area that forbade anyone from entering. Behind Mo Sa followed a 10-year-old youth. This was Mo Sa's most promising son. His talent had long been checked, and he would definitely enter the domain realm in the future. This time, he had brought his son here to seek an opportunity. Don't speak carelessly later, Mo Sa warned again. The youth nodded continuously. Knowing that an important person was coming, he was very cautious. Inside this building was a huge teleportation array. This teleportation array would only be activated in an emergency. Today, he received news that the teleportation array was to be activated. The teleportation array had been activated long ago, but no one appeared. After waiting for 4 hours, the array patterns on the teleportation platform lit up one by one. The dazzling light forced the father and son to close their eyes. A powerful aura appeared in the teleportation array, wreaking havoc like a storm. The father and son could not bear the aura and hurriedly left the room. As the energy and light faded, 2 cultivators with cold expressions appeared in the teleportation array. When they appeared, they glanced at the groveling Mo Sa and ignored him. One of them said, We're still some distance away from our destination. We have to speed up. After saying that, the 2 of them disappeared. Mo Sa felt regretful that he could not talk to these 2 experts. Naturally, the benefits he had prepared could not be used. The youth also felt regretful that he had missed a powerful master. When the teleportation array was activated, there would be a powerful energy fluctuation. Even if one was far away, they could still sense it. In just half a day, a group of powerful cultivators rushed into the castle. The castle guards were nothing in front of these cultivators. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed. Before Mo Sa could understand what had happened, all the guards were dead. Next, his family members were killed. In the castle, all living things, including Mo Sa, died. Even a pet was killed. After that, This group of powerful cultivators used the castle as the center to exterminate all living things within 100 miles. In one day, hundreds of miles of land were cleared. Countless innocent lives were lost, but no one cared. In this place, the strong were respected. The Black Dragon Spear played a major role in Shantian Prefecture's 9 domains. Although the spear's body was broken, the technique was still there. What Mo Ling taught Ziqin was the Black Dragon Spear technique. However, it now had a new name, the Thunder Dragon Spear technique. This spear technique was comprehensive and had both offense and defense. Mo Ling taught Ziqin carefully and taught him the technique without reservation. Ziqin studied and comprehended it carefully. In just a few days, Ziqin's Thunder Dragon Spear technique had reached a certain level. His comprehension ability also surprised Mo Ling and the Thunder's sacred beast. Mo Ling was seriously injured and could not recover in a short time. Ziqin, who thought that he had escaped from the pursuit, did not urge Mo Ling to heal his injuries. After traveling for 10 days, Ziqin had comprehended a spear technique. However, he was a little shaky when using it, so he needed more practice. After restraining the aura of the 6th domain realm, a battle beast immediately came to their door. It was a 4th domain king realm battle beast, and it blocked their way. Humans killed battle beasts for treasures. Battle beasts killed humans and devoured them to increase their realm. Roar! The 4th domain king realm battle beast's eyes glowed. With a roar, it pounced toward Ziqin. Its aura surged, and sand and stones flew. The ancient trees in the forest swayed wildly, and leaves danced in the sky. Ziqin held the dragon spear and stabbed forward. The tip of the spear drew a perfect circle in front of him. In this circle, space was cut open like water, and a spatial vortex appeared. The spatial vortex formed, and a suction force surged in it. The 4th domain king realm battle beast was sucked in, and the surging power around it immediately dissipated. Its body became unstable, and it began to spin in the vortex. In Ziqin's hand, the long spear shook again. The vortex dissipated, and the 4th domain king realm battle beast flew out and smashed an ancient tree. The 4th domain king realm battle beast crawled up in a sorry state. Its eyes were filled with confusion. It clearly did not sense any powerful aura fluctuations from the human, but the human could easily dissolve its attack and even trap it. It seems that you have completely comprehended this move. It has only been 10 days, but your comprehension is really excellent. Seeing the scene, Mo Ling could not help but exclaim. Looking at the 2 people in front of it, who were talking and laughing and completely ignoring it, the 4th domain king realm battle beast did not want to find out what was going on. It turned around and ran. As a 4th domain king realm battle beast, its intelligence was not inferior to that of a human of the same level. Naturally, it could tell that these 2 humans were not to be trifled with. Don't go. Practice with me. Ziqin held his spear and disappeared in a flash. The 4th domain king realm battle beast's eyes suddenly widened as it looked at the human who appeared in front of it out of thin air. Whoosh! The human in front of it rolled the long spear in his hand again. Space was cut open like water again, and it lost control of its body again. This was the Thunder Dragon Spear's softness technique. When fully used, it had the meaning of using 4 ounces to defeat 1,000 caddies. In addition to softness, there were also the support, hardness, and collapse techniques. It could be said to be both offensive and defensive. This was a pure king-tier battle skill that could fuse the power of space and completely activate the power of space. It could be said that this spear technique was not weaker than Ziqin's gradeless sword drawing technique. If there was a grade for this spear technique, it could be gradeless or grade 9. Ziqin's purpose was to cross this forest and gain experience first. When Mo Ling recovered from his injuries, he planned to return to Huping City. As for the Imperial Sky region, Ziqin disdained to go there. Of course, he was afraid of being schemed against again. Zi-Chin, what do you think of my battle strength? Mo Ling leaned against an ancient tree and looked at Zi-Chan in front of him. He suddenly asked. After throwing away the battle beast that was already disoriented, Zi-Chin put away his spear and turned around to say, "The strongest person in the 9th domain. Your battle strength can only be described with one word, strong." Hearing this, Mo Ling laughed self-deprecatingly. "The strongest person in the 9th domain. This is just a boring saying. Black Flame's battle strength is not weaker than mine. Moreover, in that battlefield, I'm afraid I'm not even fit to carry his shoes." Zi-Chin looked at Mo Ling in shock. What battlefield? Could it be that it's filled with sector lords? Mo Ling glanced at Zi-Chin and said, "The battlefield of despair is known as the place where the domain realm falls. The strongest person there is at the 9th domain realm." Then, Zi-Chin's face was filled with disbelief. "You are very shocked. Why is it that I, the strongest person in the Shantian prefecture, am not even fit to carry their shoes there? Even if they are strong, they can't be that strong. That's a war zone. The people there are all peak existences. Over there, there's only one word for it, battle. If one's combat prowess can be ranked high there, they would be able to jump levels and kill world overlords." Mo Ling continued, "Although there is only a small gap between a sector lord and the peak of the 9th level domain, this small gap is like the distance between heaven and earth. Every sector lord's world has already reached the initial success stage and has its own independent power. This is the power of the natural laws that evolved after the domain world matures. It is a completely new kind of power, a power that belongs to the sector lord. We already have the rule power now." Zi-Chin said doubtfully. Chapter 1580. Zi-Chin still didn't understand the difference between laws and law power. Mo Ling could only give an example. Take the dragon spear in your hand, for example. The laws are equivalent to the dragon spear. Normally, you would use the dragon spear to attack, but once you step into the sector lord realm, the dragon spear would be equivalent to having a spear art. When you use it again, wouldn't its power be even stronger? Hearing this explanation, Zi-Chan somewhat understood. Mo Ling smiled. "No matter how much I say now, you won't truly understand. But when you reach the 9th stage and touch the barrier of the sector lord realm, you will naturally understand. From the 1st stage of the domain realm to the 9th stage, it's just a change in quantity. However, from the domain realm to the sector lord realm, it's a qualitative leap. Using laws to attack and possessing true law power is a qualitative and quantitative transformation." Speaking of the sector lord realm, Mo Ling's eyes were filled with radiance. Clearly, he was looking forward to this realm. With Mo Ling's explanation, Zi-Chin had some understanding of the sector lord realm. He was also filled with curiosity towards this realm. In this world, other than the purest higher life forms, no one dares to guarantee that they can step into the sector lord realm. Many people are only a step away from the sector lord realm, but they are unable to take that step in their entire lives. And the battlefield of despair is an opportunity for the 9th stage domain realm to fight against a sector lord. This opportunity is something everyone yearns for. As he spoke, Mo Ling's gaze seemed to pierce through the void and landed on the battlefield of despair. However, not everyone has the opportunity to enter the battlefield of despair. Other than the lowest 7th stage domain realm, there's another qualification. What qualification? Zi-Chin subconsciously asked. Mo Ling glanced at Zi-Chin and smiled. War martial domain token. Zi-Chin was stunned. He had a war martial domain token on him. That's right. It's the prefecture lord's reward for your bravery in the pocket dimension. As for the reward for this mission, you can only go to the Royal Sky region to receive it. One of the entrances to the War Martial Domain token is coincidentally in the Royal Sky region. Mo Ling smiled, but his smile was like a fox. He could already tell that Ziqin didn't want to go to the Royal Sky region. Hence, he purposely mentioned the battlefield of despair to pique Ziqin's curiosity. Ziqin remained silent. The battlefield of despair is full of dangers. After you enter, be careful of all the creatures you see, including humans. This was the first time Mo Ling had spoken so much. Next, he urged Ziqin to cultivate his spear art. After a few days, Ziqin had completely mastered the word soft. Mo Ling then told him to learn the Tuo word formula, but he did not learn the two spear arts that were the main attacks. Just like that, Ziqin and the others went deep into the forest for a month. After a month of peace, Ziqin had almost forgotten about the danger. On this day, Mo Ling smiled and said, "We won't be leaving today. Let's rest for a day. Ziqin, your comprehension ability is very strong. This is your reward." Mo Ling took out a jade pendant and handed it to Ziqin. Ziqin felt that Mo Ling was a little strange today, but he couldn't tell what it was. He took the jade pendant and examined it carefully. Then he asked, "This can't be another proof of qualification, right?" Mo Ling shook his head and said, "It's not this time. I just happened to get it. I always felt that it was extraordinary, but I didn't know what was so extraordinary about it. Fortunately, I left it for you to study." "Thank you." Ziqin thanked him and put away the jade pendant. He would study it in the future. He held the dragon spear and began to practice the Tuo word formula over and over again. Mo Ling sat nearby and watched with a faint smile on his face. The lightning sacred beast also made a rare appearance and lay beside Mo Ling. Ziqin's alien power came from the Mana Realm. When he opened the Mana Realm, he refined a perfect Mana seed. The lightning sacred beast looked at Mo Ling in confusion. Mo Ling was still looking at Ziqin in the distance. You might not know, but the perfect Mana Realm contains 3 types of laws. One is the law of heaven, and the other is the law of earth. The lightning sacred beast's eyes flashed. The laws of heaven and earth are incompatible, so the 3rd type of law is the alien race's law. When the 3 types of laws fuse, it will become a perfect Mana seed. I'm sure you can see that Ziqin's Mana Realm is currently perfect. The lightning sacred beast's eyes were filled with confusion again. Mo Ling smiled. "So, you don't have to be so suspicious. It's time to teach Ziqin some of the Thunder Clan's powerful techniques. Speaking of which, if you don't teach Ziqin, are you going to teach other members of the Thunder Clan? It's hard to say if the Thunder Clan exists in this world." "Nonsense. The Thunder Clan will exist forever." The lightning sacred beast was slightly angry. "Huh." Mo Ling chuckled but didn't say anything. After a while, the lightning sacred beast's voice sounded in Mo Ling's sea of consciousness. "You've really made up your mind." Mo Ling nodded slowly. After that, there was a long silence. After practicing for half a day, Mo Ling called Ziqin over. Only then did Ziqin put away his spear and return. Just as Ziqin was about to ask some questions, he saw Mo Ling looking into the distance and saying faintly, "Since you're here, show yourself." Ziqin's expression changed, and he used his spiritual senses to scan the surroundings. But he didn't find anything unusual. "Haha, you're indeed the number 1 person in the domain realm. Your senses are really sharp." A hearty laugh sounded, and a burly man appeared on an ancient tree. Mo Ling glanced at the burly man and said, "So it's the 3rd person. Speaking of which, you're the only one with guts. The others seem like cowards." "Mo Ling, you're seriously injured, but you still speak so harshly." A cold laugh sounded, and a person appeared on a big rock not far away. 9th Domain Realm, another 9th Domain Realm. Ziqin's heart sank. He didn't expect 2 9th Domain Realm experts to appear at once. However, this was just the beginning. One figure after another appeared around Ziqin. 13 people, 13 people again. However, this time there were 5 ninth domain realm experts and 8 eighth domain realm experts. Such a force was enough to kill 3 people. Zi-Chen felt a little desperate. His senses were very sharp, but he didn't notice that so many people had come. These people must have done something to prevent them from escaping. When they appeared, they all looked cold and indifferent. Zi-Chen was automatically ignored. Almost all of their attention was on Mo Ling with a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. It was a great honor to be able to kill the number 1 person in the domain realm. Only the 3rd person was smiling. He nodded at Mo Ling and then looked at Zi-Chen and said, "You're Zi-Chen. I watched your battle in the small world. You were very good and made my blood boil." Zi-Chen looked at the 3rd person and said indifferently, "But now you're working for the alien race and trying to kill us." "Haha, you're really good at joking. We're not here to kill. We're just here to borrow something from you." The 3rd person laughed heartily. "What is it?" Zi-Chen asked. "Star Illusion Dragon Spike." The 3rd person said. "Star Illusion Dragon Spike." Zi-Chen was stunned, but he soon understood. He didn't expect that the 3rd person was here for the dragon spike. Obviously, Hei Yan was also here for the dragon spike. "Can you let us go if I give you the dragon spike?" Zi-Chen asked calmly. The 3rd person shook his head and said, "Of course not, but I can promise not to kill you. However, you have to go back with me." Zi-Chen shook his head slowly. What a joke. He could still fight to the death now, but if he went back with them, he would suffer a fate worse than death. The 3rd person said regretfully, "Since you don't want to, we can only kill you. However, it's a pity for a talent like you to die. It's also a loss for the human world." Mo Ling glanced at the 3rd person, then turned to Zi-Chen and said, "Zi-Chen, do you still remember the jade pendant I gave you?" "Of course." Zi-Chen nodded with a puzzled expression. How could he forget it? He just didn't understand why Mo Ling said that. "Show it to me. I want to see it one last time," Mo Ling said. Zi-Chen took out the jade pendant. The 5 ninth domain realm cultivators' expressions changed when they saw the jade pendant, and they rushed over. However, it was too late. The moment the jade pendant appeared, it emitted a dazzling light, and a huge transmission channel appeared. Zi-Chen's body entered the transmission channel uncontrollably. No, the channel disappeared instantly, but Zi-Chen's screams still echoed in the forest. Zi-Chen and the Thunder sacred beast were gone, but Mo Ling was still there. He calmly looked at the people with ugly expressions. Damn it! The 3rd person was furious. "Kill Mo Ling first, then go find Zi-Chen," the person next to him said coldly. "Kill. Let's end this quickly." The 3rd person waved his hand, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Mo Ling's expression was still calm, and the smile on his face didn't fade. The 13 people rushed toward Mo Ling. Mo Ling's body began to glow. Crack! On the chessboard, the black horse that had transformed into a dragon disappeared, and a black piece shattered. At the same time, the 5 white chess pieces near the black chess pieces also shattered one by one. No one was controlling the chessboard, and everything was moving on its own. Those who were qualified to be chess pieces were all 9th domain realm cultivators. The mansion master looked at the shattered black pieces and couldn't help but sigh. The elegant middle-aged man said, "When Mo Ling left, he saw this move. This is his own choice, so you don't have to blame yourself." Although he said so, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. I shouldn't have stopped him back then. If he had gone to the battlefield of despair earlier, this wouldn't have happened. If I had let him enter the battlefield of despair earlier, there would be no need for the black horse. Mo Ling would be the strongest dragon horse, and all schemes would be destroyed by him. Looking at the shattered black pieces, the mansion master sighed for a long time. In the end, it's all my fault. It was over. Everything was over. On the chessboard, the black pieces had the upper hand, and the white pieces began to lie dormant. Outside the chessboard, in the periphery of Shantian Prefecture, death zones appeared one after another. Each death zone had a radius of 100 miles. All living things within 100 miles were wiped out, which cut off many paths for some forces. The forces represented by the black pieces had won a great victory. However, the strongest person in the domain, Mo Ling, had died. On the chessboard, the black pieces had the upper hand, but they still couldn't take down all the white pieces. The dormant white pieces still had room to fight back. The elegant middle-aged man looked at the chessboard silently. He didn't know when the next game would be, but he knew that the next game would be outside the chessboard. Chapter 1581. In the forest, furious roars resounded continuously. The berserk aura was wreaking havoc. The beasts in the forest had long since fled, and the faint rumbling of thunder could be heard from afar. They were both in the forest, but the distance between here and the forest was probably hundreds of thousands of miles. Zi-chan was still roaring uncontrollably. He knew that Mo Ling had given him the only chance of survival. This is a battle between the higher-ups. Life and death are already predestined. You don't have to blame yourself. The Thunder Saint Beast, who had been silent all this while, couldn't bear to see Zi-chan like this and began to persuade him. Zi-chan turned around and glared at the Thunder Saint Beast. His face was filled with anger as he roared. You knew. You knew from the start, right? Why didn't you tell me? If telling you was useful, do you have the qualifications to act in a battle between the 9 realms? The Thunder Saint Beast disdainfully curled his lips. I don't have the qualifications to act, but I can let Mo Ling live. No matter what, I can take him away. He won't die. Zi-chen's voice shook the sky. The teleportation jade pendant doesn't limit the number of people. If Mo Ling wanted to live, the 3 of us would have left long ago. He didn't leave because he wanted to sacrifice the lives of those who came. I don't know what happened in Shantian Prefecture, but with Mo Ling's death, his enemies must have suffered a huge loss. His death was worth it, the Thunder Saint Beast said sternly. Bullshit. What do you know? Zi-chan glared at the Thunder Saint Beast. You're the one who's bullshit. What do you know? The Thunder Saint Beast also glared at Zi-chan. One man and one beast, staring at each other. He's already dead. What benefits are there to talk about? I don't know about the battle between the higher-ups, nor do I know about losses and benefits. But I know that only by being alive can we create miracles. Why don't we wait patiently? Mo Ling has already touched the boundary of Sector Lord. It's only a matter of time before he breaks through. The roaring Zi-chan pointed at himself. There's still me. I can go to the battlefield of despair to train. Not to mention breaking through to level 9. Even level 8, I can kill those fellows. There's clearly a way to not die. So why do we have to send people to their deaths? Yes. Hearing Zi-chen's roar, the Thunder Saint Beast realized that it couldn't refute. Indeed, Shantian Prefecture's move was something that it did not understand very well. However, from the looks of it, it should be the faction behind Mo Ling. They did not have much time to wait. After roaring, Zi-chan gradually calmed down. He naturally knew that the game was not so simple, since Mo Ling had the jade pendant to leave. But he did not leave. There was clearly a personal reason. Zi-chan guessed that it might have something to do with him personally killing Black Flame. Although all of this had been Mo Ling's choice, and all of this had been the scheme of the power behind Mo Ling, Zi-chan still felt guilty about Mo Ling's death. Originally, Zi-chan had planned to directly return to Huping City after he was done with his business. However, it was obvious that he couldn't return to Huping City now. In that case, he could only head to the Imperial Sky region, to the battlefield of despair. Zi-chan quickly pulled himself together and began to prepare for his next move. First, he changed his appearance. Even the aura of his soul changed. He put away the sheathed saber and dragon spike and only took the dragon spear. Originally, there was a three-dimensional dragon carving on the dragon spear. It was very eye-catching. However, as the dragon's soul fully awakened, the dragon's soul could change the appearance of the dragon's spear at will. Under Zi Chen's instructions, the dragon's spear turned black. The dragon carving disappeared. The body of the dragon's spear became smooth. It was black all over and emitted a black light. After doing all this, Zi Chen looked at the Thunder Saint Beast. Although the Thunder Saint Beast was small, it looked like a dragon and a tiger. It was very impactful. "Why are you looking at me?" The Thunder Saint Beast felt uncomfortable being stared at by Zi Chen. "Your appearance is too eye-catching." "Change it," Zi Chen said. "Change it." The Thunder Saint Beast was stunned. It asked how. Zi Chen thought for a moment and said, "Become more low-key. Let people see you at first glance. You're ordinary. There's nothing too out of the ordinary. Let me think. I'll turn you into a dog." The Thunder Saint Beast's eyes flashed with lightning. A large amount of violent lightning appeared and wreaked havoc toward Zi Chen. Zi Chen, who was already prepared, dodged. Then he heard the Thunder Saint Beast roar, "Brat, do you know who this Saint Beast is? I am the ancestor of the Thunder Clan. You dare to be disrespectful to your ancestor. I don't have time to listen to your roar. If you can change it, then I won't send you off." Although Emo Ling's death was not related to the Thunder Saint Beast, Zi Chen was still angry with it. "Brat, you made this Saint Beast turn into a dog. You will regret it one day." The Thunder Saint Beast was furious. It really wanted to turn around and leave. However, although it looked like it was in the 6th stage, its injuries were very serious. Moreover, it had injured its foundation. It would take a long time to recover. Zi Chen had a good heart. He was not afraid of being schemed against if he followed him. This was also the reason why he was angry but didn't leave. "Wait until you become a real Saint Beast." Zi Chen smiled coldly. The black spear in his hand shook. It was almost perfect. He was going to practice the spear, as expected of an old guy who had lived for a long time. With a thought, it came up with a plan. Then it laughed, "So be it. Aren't you just a dog? This Saint Beast has lived for a long time. This is called knowing when to yield and when to stand tall." Zi Chen looked at the Thunder Saint Beast with disdain. However, the latter changed the topic and said, "Sigh, it's a pity. I thought of a Thunder Emperor's finger recently. How could I suddenly forget about it?" Zi Chen naturally understood the meaning behind the Thunder Saint Beast's words. He said, sarcastically, "I even know the Thunder God's finger. Why would I care about your Thunder Emperor's finger?" The Thunder Saint Beast looked at Zi Chen with disdain. "Then this Saint Beast is really ignorant. I haven't heard of the Thunder God's finger." Zi Chen's Thunder God's finger was already at the mortal realm. He obviously knew that it couldn't compare with the Thunder Emperor's finger mentioned by the Thunder Saint Beast. Thus he said calmly, "Actually, there is no need to become a dog. It's fine to become a domestic dog." The Thunder Emperor's finger is one of the few powerful techniques of the Thunder Clan. It's much more powerful than that blade or spear. How could I suddenly forget about it? The Thunder Saint Beast shook its head. Only a fool would believe that it suddenly forgot about it. Back then, it had taught Zi Chen the real 9 deaths of lightning. If it wasn't for the Thunder Saint Beast, Zi Chen might not have been able to learn the complete 9 deaths of lightning. While he was thinking of a countermeasure, Zi Chen said, "Actually, cats and dogs are not bad. They are likable and not too eye-catching. And that makes sense. However, I remember that the 9 deaths of lightning requires the heavenly thunder wings to reach its maximum speed. In this saint's memory, the heavenly thunder wings have 6 pairs of 12 wings. Sigh. This saint vaguely remembers where the other heavenly thunder wings are, but they are sometimes clear and sometimes blurry." The Thunder Saint Beast tilted its head and said, "After hearing this, Zi-Chen said with a serious face. How can the Thunder Saint Beast of the Thunder Clan become a cat or a dog? What kind of plaything is that? Even if it is low-key, it should be a ferocious lion, tiger, or leopard. I feel that with your appearance, becoming a black nether tiger is already a grievance. Haha. Looking at Zi-Chen, who had lost his moral integrity, the Thunder Saint Beast laughed proudly. Zi-Chen didn't feel awkward. He laughed and asked, Then, Lord Saint Beast, when are we going to look for the heavenly thunder wings? The Thunder Saint Beast shook its body and turned into a 3-meter long black nether tiger. It said proudly, Forget about the heavenly thunder wings. Barely enough Thunder Emperor's finger. All right. After saying this, Zi-Chen jumped up and rode on the back of the black nether tiger. Brat, what are you doing? The Thunder Saint Beast's energy started to surge. I say, Lord Saint Beast, you are now a black nether tiger. If you follow me with this identity, of course you have to be my mount. Don't tell me you want me to carry you around? Zi-Chen said, kindly, now, not only do you have to be my mount, you also have to deliberately suppress your realm. Don't drop it too low, or else you will be 1 level lower than me. 4 levels will do. 6 levels lower is 4 levels. Are you testing my intelligence? I am currently at 5 levels. After the agreement was reached, a black-clothed youth riding a black nether tiger appeared in the forest. The youth carried a black spear on his back, and his spear technique was extremely good. Many beasts suffered greatly. However, the youth seemed to only want to train his battle technique and didn't kill them. This Saint Beast is hungry. Once they stopped, the Thunder Saint Beast would always say this. Zi-Chen waved his hand and said, If you are hungry, go find something to eat. Don't tell me you want me, your master, to serve you? The Thunder Saint Beast glared at Zi-Chen. Although it is fake, acting has to be realistic, right? Zi-Chen hurriedly smiled apologetically. After all, he was the one asking for help. I want to eat roasted meat. All right, there is only 1 piece. Zi-Chen quickly set up a fire and roasted the meat. There were only 2 pieces, 1 for the human and 1 for the beast. Speaking of which, when can we find a high-level life form? That meat is only delicious. Zi-Chen missed the taste of high-level life forms. TSK, high-level life forms are nothing. This Saint Beast has even devoured supreme beasts. The Thunder Saint Beast curled its lips and ate the roasted meat with relish. Zi-Chen had definitely escaped from the danger of being chased, and he was still 1 level away from the minimum requirement to enter the battlefield of despair. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry. He walked slowly in the forest, gaining experience and refining the domain world he had obtained before. He didn't even know where he was currently, but he would definitely be able to get out if he walked in a straight line. High-level life forms weren't often found. The reason why Zi-Chen and the others were lucky last time was because they were at the periphery of the Tiger God Mountain, and the Tiger God Mountain specialized in producing high-level life forms. This dense forest was very big. Zi-Chen had walked for a few months, but still hadn't walked out of it. During this period, he had encountered many beasts, but they were all extremely ordinary. Not to mention high-level life forms. He hadn't even met any beasts with high-level life forms. In this way, Zi-Chen's plan to raise high-level life forms would have to be slightly delayed. After comprehending the Tua formula, Zi-Chen began to comprehend the hard formula. This hard formula emphasized fierceness, speed, and speed as the main attack, unlike the previous 2 formulas, which focused on defense and secondary attack. As his comprehension of the hard formula deepened, the beasts that were unlucky enough to be targeted by Zi-Chen would have bloody holes on their bodies one after another. After the hard formula was the final collapse formula. Once this collapse formula was used, the beasts had no chance of surviving. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Zi-Chen's spear arts were almost at the great accomplishment level, and just at this time, he found traces of humans in the forest. This book came from the web, The first thing to look at is the original content. Chapter 1582. Sounds of battle could be heard from the forest. There were roars of humans, roars of beasts, cries of alarm, and screams of agony. Activate the formation. Don't let it escape. This damn thing, we must surround it. Hold the position well and trap it. The humans roared again and again. Energy vibrations could be heard in the forest. Kacha sounds could be heard continuously as large swathes of ancient trees broke and fell. Another swath of ancient trees was smashed down. Zichen spread his spiritual senses to the battlefield and saw 5 humans surrounding a level 4 beast. 3 of them were level 4, while the other 2 were level 3. There were also 3 corpses, not far away. In a life and death battle between humans and beasts of the same level, the beasts usually won. However, in Zichen's opinion, the beast must have ambushed them. The level 4 beast was a 5-meter-long leopard with sparkling blue light all over its body. It was like a bolt of blue lightning that kept flashing between them. The 5 of them had a strange symbol on their bodies. They stood far away in 5 different directions. Every time Lan Bao appeared in front of them, the symbol would light up and form a light screen to block Lan Bao. Lan Bao shuttled back and forth in 5 different directions, but was unable to break through the light screen. The 5 of them were pleased with themselves. Zichen carefully probed with his spiritual senses and sensed the critical point at which the symbol could withstand the power. For a level 4 beast like Lan Bao, such a defense was not indestructible. He suspected that Lan Bao was deliberately toying with them. Just as the 4 of them were pleased with themselves, Lan Bao's cold eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of a level 3 domain realm in the blink of an eye. He opened his bloody mouth and bit at the level 3 domain realm cultivator. His sharp fangs flashed with a cold light. The symbol in front of the level 3 domain realm cultivator lit up and formed a layer of protection. The level 3 domain realm cultivator seemed to feel that this attack was very dangerous, so he added another layer of protection for himself. However, these 2 layers of protection were nothing in front of Lan Bao. The terrifying bite instantly penetrated the 2 layers of protection and broke the level 3 domain realm cultivator's neck. Fresh blood spurted from the headless body as Lan Bao swallowed the level 3 domain realm cultivator's head. This scene happened very quickly, to the extent that the other 4 had a hint of astonishment on their faces. Lan Bao did not flee when the formation was broken. Instead, he charged towards the 2nd, 3rd domain realm cultivator. Lan Bao's figure flashed again and arrived in front of the 2nd, 3rd domain realm expert. The 3rd stage domain realm expert only saw a blur in front of his eyes before Lan Bao had already left. He was thinking complacently whether Lan Bao was afraid of them and had turned to flee. Suddenly, he felt a piercing pain. He looked down and saw a bloody hole in his chest. Pieces of his internal organs mixed with blood flowed out of the hole. The 3rd stage domain realm cultivator was horrified. Then his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. Die! With a cold shout, a terrifying power attacked Lan Bao. The latter's figure flashed, and his entire body shone with blue light. He broke free from the spatial pressure that enveloped him and dodged the attack. A terrifying energy exploded nearby. Lan Bao glanced at the 3 4th stage domain realm cultivators with a mocking look before turning around and disappearing into a bolt of lightning. Chase! In the blink of an eye, they had lost 5 people. The 3 4th domain realm cultivators were unwilling to accept the loss. After collecting the corpses of their companions, they immediately gave chase. Although both parties were at the same level, their speed couldn't be compared to Lan Bao's. In the blink of an eye, Lan Bao had left them behind. Lan Bao, who was moving forward, seemed a little proud. He even intentionally waited for the 3 people behind him while thinking about how to kill all 3 of them. After all, The three of them could still pose a threat to him if they joined forces. Suddenly, Lan Bao saw a human appear in front of him. The human had his back facing him and was carrying a black spear on his back. Lan Bao's movements were silent, so the human didn't notice it. Looking at the human's back, a hint of cruelty appeared in Lan Bao's eyes. Lan Bao moved forward cautiously for dozens of meters. Then he transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged toward the human in front of him. The human seemed to have sensed the danger, and the spear on his back trembled slightly. However, Lan Bao was only a few meters away from the human at that moment. Such a short time was enough for him to kill the human. However, just as Lan Bao's attack was about to reach the back of the human's head, he suddenly saw the human in front of him move. He actually turned from his back to facing Lan Bao. The human's eyes were very calm, but there was more indifference in this calmness. Lan Bao was very clear about this gaze. It had used the same gaze when it had looked at the two third-stage domain realm cultivators. This was the gaze that one would use when looking at a dead person. Immediately after, the human disappeared in front of Lan Bao's eyes. It wasn't that the human had run away, but that a black spear light had blocked Lan Bao's vision. The moment the spear light appeared, it filled Lan Bao's entire vision. There was only the spear in Lan Bao's eyes and nothing else. The spear light was moving forward, but it seemed to be spinning. The energy around Lan Bao's body was completely drained in an instant. Then, the spear pierced towards Lan Bao. In a daze, Lan Bao seemed to see the majestic figure of a dragon in the spear light, exuding a vast dragon's might. Lan Bao's eyes were filled with fear and shock. Bang! The spear instantly touched Lan Bao's forehead. The collapse formula was vividly displayed, and Lan Bao's head instantly exploded. Fresh blood and minced meat splattered in all directions, but they all avoided the black-clothed youth. From afar, the three fourth-stage domain realm cultivators heard a tremor. When they arrived, Lan Bao was already completely dead. 2 meters away from Lan Bao stood a black-clothed youth, holding a spear. The three of them didn't sense any energy fluctuations from the youth, but the fourth-stage Black Panther had died in front of him. It was only a sound, and it was probably an instant kill. The three of them looked at each other and saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes. After glancing at the three humans, Zichun walked towards Lan Bao's corpse. The three humans' expressions changed again, and there was a hint of nervousness in their dignified expressions. With a flash of sword chi, Zichun cut off one of Lan Bao's hind legs. Then he carried it and walked into the distance. Looking at the black-clothed youth who turned around and left, the three of them looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. One had to know that the most valuable part of Lan Bao's body wasn't the hind leg, but the soul essence in his body. That was the source of Lan Bao's power, and it was equivalent to the human's domain world. The three of them extended their spiritual senses and found that the human had actually gone far away. Only then did they look at each other. One of them said, "Let's go and see if the thing is still there." One of them flashed forward. Before he could cut open Lan Bao's corpse, he saw a glowing crystal from Lan Bao's exploded neck. Inside the crystal, he could vaguely see a small Lan Bao struggling in pain. "It's still here." The domain realm expert picked up the soul essence and waved at the other two. Who the hell is this person? How could he not want the soul essence of a fourth-stage war beast? The two of them stepped forward, their faces full of shock. They had come to this mountain range to kill king-level war beasts and use their soul essences to cultivate. Although they were all fourth-stage war beasts, they usually used third-stage or second-stage soul essences. A fourth-stage soul essence was definitely a huge amount of wealth in their eyes. But why didn't that human want the fourth-stage soul essence? They found it hard to believe, but it was nothing to Zichun. After reaching the sixth stage, even a sixth-stage soul essence wouldn't be of much use to him, let alone a fourth-stage soul essence, unless it was a seventh-stage soul essence or higher. This was also the main reason why Zichen rarely killed war beasts when he was training in the forest. Even if he was greedy, he would only cut off a piece of meat from his opponent's body. After all, the meat could still grow back, but if it died, there would be nothing left. Just as the three of them were guessing whether this was the black-clothed young man's scheme, they smelled the aroma of meat in the forest. He's barbecuing meat? When they extended their spiritual senses again, Zichen was already 5 kilometers away, roasting the half of the leopard's leg from before. Using their spiritual senses, they saw that the black-clothed young man was very focused on roasting meat. Every turn seemed to be very particular. The expressions of the three of them changed again. One of them said, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" The other two asked. "Return it to him," the first said. "Are you crazy, Calais? He can kill a 4th-stage war beast in one hit. You dare to take his things? I think you're the crazy one." Calais snatched the 4th-stage soul essence and flew towards the direction where the aroma of meat was coming from. The other two had no choice but to follow. For the three of them, a distance of 5 kilometers could be covered in a few breaths. Calais appeared 20 meters away from Zichen and took out the 4th-stage soul essence from before. He bowed respectfully and said, "Master Ranker, you forgot something." Zichen was still focused on roasting meat and didn't pay attention to Calais. The other two followed and stood behind Calais cautiously. Zichen didn't say anything. The three of them didn't dare to move. It was as if a huge mountain was hanging over their heads, and they felt extremely pressured. Just as Calais's body became stiff and was about to lose consciousness, an indifferent voice finally sounded. "I'll give it to you." The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't even care about the 4th-stage soul essence. In their hearts, they were even more certain that this was an amazing rancor. The aroma of the roasted meat became stronger and stronger. The three of them, who had just relaxed, couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Their eyes were fixed on the piece of roasted meat that was gradually turning golden. "I can give you the item, but not the roasted meat. If you want to eat it, roast it yourself." Zichen's unquestionable voice sounded again. The three of them looked at each other, and a hint of joy appeared in their eyes. Obviously, Master Ranker didn't mind them staying here. One of them went back and brought the other 3 leopard legs. After washing them not far away, he went to the charcoal fire. At this moment, Zichen had already finished roasting the meat. He leaned against a big rock and sat alone. He didn't have the slightest intention to share with the three of them. After a while, the other 3 also finished roasting the meat. They sat together and ate the roasted meat. One of them carefully asked, "Master, have you always been in this mountain range?" "HM?" Zichen's gaze swept across the three of them. Calais hurriedly said, "Master, please don't misunderstand. We're just curious. At the same time, we also want to ask you about a person. He's from the Shantian Prefecture." "Oh, what a coincidence. I'm also from the Shantian Prefecture," Zichen said indifferently. Calais said somewhat cautiously, "That's really too much of a coincidence. That person's name is Zichen. I wonder if you know him? He's from the Shantian Prefecture and Huping City." This book is from the first place. Read the original content as soon as possible. Chapter 1583. Shantian Prefecture and Huping City. That person's name is Zichen. Zichen frowned, then glanced at the three of them with a dissatisfied expression. Shantian Prefecture has more than 100 million domain realm cultivators, and 108 cities are under its jurisdiction. Do you think I know him? Or is Zichen a very famous person, so I should know him? Could it be that he's even more famous than Emoling? Calais hurriedly explained. Although that Zichen has some fame, he can't compare to Lord Demon Commander. However, speaking of which, that guy can be considered an extraordinary existence. He forcibly raised Huping City's rank from 108th to 40-something. It's said that this time, Lord Demon Commander died because of Zichen. Zichen pretended to be moved. What? Lord Mo Ling died because of Zichen? Could it be that he killed Lord Mo Ling? Kulei's face turned pale when he sensed the other party's aura at such a close distance. Fortunately, Zichen quickly restrained himself. Kulei glanced at Zichen gratefully and said, according to the information, Zichen was only at the 6th level and had 2 special weapons. One was a sheathed black saber, and the other was a very unusual spike-shaped weapon. His combat strength wasn't weak, but he could at most fight someone 1 level above him. He definitely wasn't a match for Lord Mo Ling. However, Lord Mo Ling died because of Zichen's identity. Kulei paused here to keep them in suspense. The 2 people beside Kulei kept winking at Kulei. How dare he keep them in suspense? Was he courting death? Zichen didn't seem to notice their winking and asked curiously, what identity? Kulei said, clearly a foreign race. That fellow's true identity is actually a foreign race. Zichen was slightly angered. Do you think I'm an idiot? You just said that he was from Huping City and even helped Huping City increase its rank. Kulei's face paled as he hurriedly said, that was all an illusion. His purpose in doing that was to infiltrate Shantian Prefecture. It is said that in order to eradicate the outsiders, Lord Demon Commander personally took action. However, Zichen's outsiders were simply too many. In the end, Lord Demon Commander was no match for them and died. As he spoke, Kulei had a look of regret on his face. Is the Demon Commander really dead? Zichen asked with a complicated expression. Kulei didn't notice Zichen's abnormality. He nodded and said, the news is absolutely true. However, the Demon Commander didn't die in vain. When he died, he killed all the outsiders who besieged him, except for Zichen, because he ran fast, he escaped. Zichen's expression became very complicated. He didn't expect this story to turn out like this. He had become an alien, the Mo Ling who protected him had become a hero, and those who wanted to kill him had become his helpers. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Just over a year ago. We only found out about this after receiving the bounty about a year ago. Zichen shook his head and said, no wonder I didn't know anything. In the blink of an eye, it has been almost 50 years since I left Shantian Prefecture. I didn't expect Lord Demon Commander to actually fall. Yes, the first person to die like this. What a pity. That bounty was received by the 3 of you. I wonder if there is any reward for killing Zichen? Zichen asked curiously. It wasn't the 3 of us. The 13 alliances received the bounty at the same time. The reward is very generous. It's an ownerless 8th layer world. Kulei's eyes were filled with envy. An ownerless 8th layer world. If I can refine it, I can directly advance to the 6th layer. When Zichen heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air and pretended to be surprised. 8 layers world. That's a big deal. That's right, the 13 alliances you just mentioned. Where is that? It's an alliance formed by 13 powerhouses of the 8th layer. It's also the biggest power in this area. Afterwards, Zichen learned that although this area belonged to Shantian Prefecture, it was an area that was not under anyone's jurisdiction. The so-called 13 alliances were a bunch of people who had occupied a mountain and were kings. They specialized in robbing and robbing. To put it bluntly, the 13 alliances were 13 gangs of robbers. It was said that a year ago, a powerhouse had come here to post a bounty, but no one had seen who it was. But very soon, this news spread in the 13 alliances. In addition, there was also a portrait of Zichen and the weapon that Zichen used. The leader clearly said that regardless of whether he was dead or alive, as long as he brought the weapon back and checked it, he would receive the reward he deserved. This year, our 13 alliances almost went all out to look for Zichin for a whole year, but we couldn't even find his shadow. After that, we heard that there were similar bounties in other areas. It seems that Zichin might not be in our 13 alliances area. Kalei sighed and said, looking for Zichin is like looking for a needle in a haystack. After a year without any results, everyone gave up. But who would have thought that our leader would insist on us looking for him? So, we formed a group of 8 and came here in the name of looking for Zichin to get some resources. Kulei's face had a trace of embarrassment. The 8 of them had just met a 4th layer war beast, but 5 of them had already died. Zichin smiled and said, "It seems that your leader is very concerned about the reward." "Maybe, but there's only one reward. If the 13 leaders want it, then I really don't know how to distribute it." Zichen's heart was slightly moved. He immediately asked, "Does your 13 alliances have blacksmiths?" "Yes, of course. When are you going back?" "I plan to upgrade my spear. It's only a 4th layer now, 1 level lower than mine. It's not very useful." Everyone's heart trembled. They finally understood this leader's realm. When Zichan was in the small world, he leveled up too quickly. So much so that the Dragon Soul Spear couldn't keep up. Upgrading the Dragon Soul Spear was just a reason. One must know that his Dragon Soul Spear could automatically level up. The reason why he said this was because Zichan wanted to meet the 13 leaders. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with them. Kulei had a difficult expression. "We came out this time with a mission. Now that we haven't completed it and a few of our companions have died, if we go back rashly, I'm afraid that we will be punished. I'll give you the reward." Zichin said directly, "My lord, this isn't about the reward." The 3 of them were still in a difficult position. "Not counting the soul essence just now, I'll give each of you a 4th layer soul essence." "Ah." The 4 of them were obviously startled, but they couldn't say a word. Then it settled. After Zichin finished speaking, he continued to enjoy his time alone. Half an hour later, a strong wind suddenly blew in the forest, and a huge tiger appeared. The tiger's body flashed with a black light, and its fur seemed to be made of black iron, emitting a cold light. Its eyes were as deep as an abyss, making people feel as if they were about to sink into them. The black tiger's body surged with a tyrannical aura, and the 3 of them were shocked. One of them exclaimed, "This is a 4th level beast." "It's a black nether tiger, a higher life form." Kulei shouted, his eyes filled with despair. They were all 4th level beasts, but higher life forms were much stronger than normal beasts. If the 3 of them encountered such an existence, only death would await them. The 3 of them kept looking at Zichin. Their only hope now was that this leader was strong enough. But after the black nether tiger appeared, it didn't attack. It only glared at the 3 of them. In the next moment, a few huge objects flew out from behind the black nether tiger, smashing heavily in front of them. That's the ground shook. Seeing the huge objects on the ground, the 3 of them were stunned. There were 3 beasts, and all of them were dead. The 3 of them looked up at the black nether tiger in confusion, only to see it walk straight to the powerful leader and lie down beside him, retracting its tyrannical aura. "Sir, this is your pet. This is a higher life form black nether tiger." The 3 of them widened their eyes, and Kulei asked in a trembling voice, "It's just a bloodline, not a pure one." Zichin replied indifferently. Fortunately, the black nether tiger closed its eyes. The 3 of them sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of shock. To be able to tame a higher life form beast, they had a deeper understanding of Zichen's strength. The 3 beasts were all 4th level when they were alive. "After collecting their essence, you guys lead the way." "Yes, yes." The 3 of them nodded immediately, unable to hide the shock on their faces. This time, the 3 of them had reaped a huge reward. "Sir, you've actually tamed a black nether tiger. Amazing. Truly amazing." On the way back, the The three of them were full of compliments. It's not really tamed. It's just that I wanted to help it out when I saw it heavily injured. In the end, it followed me from place to train. Zi-Chin still had a favor to ask of the Thunder Saint Beast, so he had to give it some face in front of others. The loyalty of beasts was unquestionable. Hearing this, the three of them were filled with envy, wondering why they hadn't encountered such a good thing. The 13 alliances were located in 13 different regions. The region Kulei was in was called Waside. Why was it such a weird name? That was because their leader was called Waside. The leader was only at the 8th level, while Kulei was at the 4th level. Hence, he was considered to be above average. After arriving at Waside, Kulei first arranged for Zi-Chin to stay before contacting a blacksmith for Zi-Chin. As for the remuneration, it was obviously up to the blacksmith to negotiate with Zi-Chin. Not long after he left, Kulei was stopped by someone who was also at the 4th level. However, this person was 1 level higher than Kulei. Kulei, I heard that you brought someone back. The person asked directly, "Does it have anything to do with you?" Kulei stared at the person unkindly. The person laughed coldly and said, "Of course it has nothing to do with me. However, Sir Late Ming is looking for you. He wants to ask you why you've returned so quickly. Have you found the person?" Kulei's expression changed when he heard Sir Late Ming. "Let's go. Don't just stand there." Kulei had no choice but to look for Sir Late Ming. Chapter 1584. Ming Emo summoned Clay to the living room. He was at the peak of the 6th rank. In the entire wall side, he couldn't be ranked among the top 10. But because of his relationship with the head of the wall side family, he was the butler. Ming Emo was in control of the allocation of many resources. He was known for his greed. Clay knew the consequences of being summoned by Ming Emo. Therefore, as soon as he entered, he took out a 4th rank soul essence and respectfully placed it on the table in front of Ming Emo. This was also a scene that the Ming dynasty had anticipated long ago. Ming Emo took a look at the 4th rank soul essence. He was surprised. His indifferent eyes swept over the soul essence as he slowly said, "I heard that you brought someone with you when you came back." Clay was well aware of Ming Mo's methods. Lying was pointless. Therefore, he told the truth. Yes, it was a powerful warrior at the 5th rank. He also has a pet that has the bloodline of the dark nether tiger, but it's not a pure blood. He said that he wanted to borrow our blacksmith to forge a weapon, and he gave us 3 4th rank soul essences as payment. Clay summarized Zi-Chen's situation in the shortest possible time. "What is his name?" Ming Emo tapped his fingers on the table. "I don't know. We didn't dare to ask," Clay answered. Ming Emo frowned. "You were only in charge of leading the way, and he gave you 3 soul essences as payment." Clay nodded. "Yes, we were on a mission, so we couldn't come back right away." Ming Emo nodded slowly. "You did well. He is really only at the 5th rank, and his pet is of the 4th rank." "Well, I think so." Clay wasn't sure. Ming Emo smiled. "Even I don't have a pet, and this guy has one. Clearly, he is the Zi-Chin we are looking for." Kulei's expression instantly changed. "Sir, how is that possible? He's not Zi-Chin. He doesn't even know that the demon commander has died in battle. He's been training outside for more than 10 years. Besides, he's very different from the Zi-Chin in the information." Kulei was really shocked, but he wasn't afraid of the identity of that expert. Instead, it was because of Ming Mo's greed. He obviously had his eyes on the wealth of that expert. Now, he wanted to give him such an identity so that it would be easier for him to make his move. Right then, a voice came from outside. "Sir, we can conclude that this person is of the 5th rank. As for his pet, we haven't seen it yet." Hearing this voice, Kulei's eyes were filled with despair. Ming Emo had already begun to investigate the other party's background. Clearly, he was already prepared to make a move. On the other hand, it didn't seem wise to kill and steal a pet that had been tamed by someone else. Besides, this reason was a bit far-fetched. The late Ming dynasty was not representing an individual, but the entire woodside. Kulei felt that he had overlooked something. Ming Emo smiled and said to Kulei, "Kulei, what do you think it means for someone who doesn't even care about a fourth-rank soul essence and would throw it away so casually?" Kulei's face was ghastly pale. He had only briefly mentioned his encounter with Ziqin. He had never mentioned the fourth-rank soul essence. But now Mingemo knew about it. Clearly, the problem lay with his two friends. Kulei was well aware of this problem when he returned the level 4 soul essence to the Ming dynasty. Not only was this person powerful, he must have come from an extraordinary family. He didn't care about the fourth-rank soul essence because he had too many good things with him. Kulei returned the soul essence because he wanted to make friends with this person. He never wanted to harm anyone. As for his two friends who had told him the truth, if Kulei's guess was correct, they must have paid a price. The price might be their lives. Once this powerful warrior was killed, the Alliance might vent its anger on the force behind him. Once that force took revenge, the Alliance of 13 might not be able to bear the consequences. Under such circumstances, the only way was to kill everyone who knew about it. Only heaven and earth would know. Ming Mo's words made Kulei think of so many things. His face became even paler, and there was even despair in his eyes. Ming Mo's voice sounded again, but this time it was much colder. "I'll give you one more chance. Tell him that the blacksmith is with me. As for whether you can succeed or not, it's all up to you." On the way back, Kulei's face was very unsightly. He had been cursing his two friends' ancestors. It was obvious that they had the same greedy thoughts as Ming Emo, so they took the initiative to tell him everything. However, these two idiots had never thought that negotiating with Ming Emo was like asking a tiger for its skin. Kulei didn't know how he walked in front of Ziqin. When he saw the calm expression on Ziqin's face, his panicked heart seemed to calm down a little. He tried to calm himself down and said, "Sir, I'm really sorry. The blacksmith isn't here. How about I send you away?" Kulei, who had been in a dilemma, felt the pressure in his heart lessen a lot after he said that. His breathing also became more comfortable. "He's not here? That's unfortunate. When will he be back?" "I'll stay here and wait," Ziqin said calmly, but a strange light flashed in his eyes. After hearing Ziqin's answer, Kulei thought, "You're powerful, but you really don't know anything about the ways of the world. Can't you tell that I'm evading? Can't you tell that I'm in a life-or-death crisis?" Kulei squeezed out an ugly smile and said, "Unfortunately, it might take a few decades. After all, that kind of person has endless orders and endless soul essence fragments." "Oh, that's indeed unfortunate." Ziqin shook his head and smiled, but a hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes. "It's unfortunate. Let's go now." Kulei was a little anxious. "We're going now." "I'm such an expert. Don't tell me that I didn't attract your higher-ups. No one came to see me and recruit me." Ziqin pretended to be confused, but there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Kulei even had the thought of dying. He thought, "The higher-ups didn't summon me to recruit me, but to kill me for money." Why didn't he realize that this expert's brain was so stupid? Ziqin stared at Kulei's eyes and said, "There must be a higher-up who summoned me. But you're afraid that I'll be successfully recruited and become a higher-up in the future, right? You're jealous, so you're urging me to leave." Kulei had already decided that this guy was an idiot. He regretted befriending him back then. His heart was dead, but he could no longer care about anything else. He angrily said, "Bullshit recruitment. They want to kill you. They want to kill you for your money. Do you know that?" The moment he said that, Klein realized that he was at a loss for words and immediately shut his mouth. However, the expression of the stupid lord in front of him immediately turned cold. The stupid guy didn't ask for the reason. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Are those two guys already dead?" Ah, Kulei was stunned. At this moment, he looked at Zi Chen's calm eyes and felt that it wasn't that this guy was stupid. Instead, he was looking down on him from a different height, watching him act like a monkey, thinking that he was smart. "Who wants to see me?" Wu sighed. "That's not very likely. It should be one of the heads here," Zi Chen said again. His tone was still calm. Kulei didn't understand where this expert's confidence came from. However, since the other party had already guessed, he didn't hide it. He said directly, "It's a housekeeper. He's very close to the head. Currently, he's at the peak of the 6th level." Zi Chen nodded and said, "Then lead the way." "Lead the way." Kulei opened his eyes wide. "The outside is already surrounded. You only have this one path." Kulei smiled bitterly and said, "I'm really sorry. If not for me," before he could finish, Zi Chen had already walked out. When Kulei appeared, he found that there were indeed many unfamiliar faces outside. Moreover, there was a strong aura around them. Kulei resigned himself to fate and could only take Zi Chen to find Ming Mo. Along the way, they didn't see a single cultivator. However, there were dozens of cultivators following behind them. Soon, Kulei arrived at Ming Mo's residence. However, this time, he didn't directly enter the room. Instead, he stood in the courtyard. The entire courtyard was a large array. The area inside the array was very wide. It was like another small world. When the array was activated, this place became a sealed world. Once a cultivator was killed, the domain would not merge into space and leave. When he saw this scene, the corners of Zi Chen's mouth curled into a sneer. However, he did not believe that he could use the same method to create such a formation. After entering through the door, the tall door behind him slowly closed. The entire array was activated. Ming Mo's laughter echoed in the array. "Well done, Kulei. If we kill this guy, you'll get a share of the credit." When he heard this provocative tone, Kulei remained silent. Zi Chen also looked calm. The silent Kulei's heart was not calm. If he had not told the truth earlier and had really tricked Zi Chen into coming here, then after hearing Ming Mo's malicious provocation, he would have already died under the other party's gun. When he saw that the outcome was completely different from what he had expected, a look of surprise appeared on Ming Mo's face. Then he smiled and said, "I couldn't tell that you, Kulei, are someone. You know the truth, yet you still dare to come here. You are really confident." After he said that, rays of light flashed and cultivators appeared in the array space, one after another. There were a total of 7 cultivators in the 5th stage domain realm. In addition, there was Ming Mo, who was at the peak of the 6th stage domain realm. This combat strength made Kulei's expression change. However, when he stole a glance at Zi Chen, he realized that he was still calm. Ming Mo smiled coldly and said, "Sorry for troubling you, 10th leader." "10th leader," Ming Mo shouted. His eyes were filled with despair. The 10th leader was ranked 10th in Wazide. He was in the 7th stage domain realm. I really want to see what good things this 5th stage domain realm brat has. Why did I have to come here, personally? A middle-aged man appeared. It seems that everyone is here. Let's begin. After he said that, a round ball appeared in Zi Chen's hand. The round ball started to glow. Then it slowly moved toward the array above his head. Chapter 1585. Everyone's gazes followed the movement of the sphere. They did not sense any terrifying power from it, only a peculiar spatial power. In the next moment, the sphere exploded with a blinding light. A transparent, rippling light barrier, like an inverted bowl, trapped everyone inside. Everyone was trapped by the rippling light barrier, but the light barrier did not contain the slightest bit of offensive energy aura. To put it bluntly, this thing was equivalent to another array formation. It was mainly used to target ownerless regions, preventing them from escaping into space. Everyone immediately understood the use of the sphere. When they looked at Zi-chun again, their gazes became strange. Kulei looked at the sphere above his head in a daze. He saw that this expert was so confident and thought that he should have a very strong trump card. But he never would have thought that he would take out such a thing without any offensive ability. This is somewhat interesting. The 10th ranked head smiled sinisterly at Zi-chin. It is somewhat interesting. Ming Mo smiled coldly and said, if it was anyone else, they would have thought that this guy was preparing to catch all of us in one fell swoop. Zi-chen's calm face had a faint smile. He looked at Ming Mo and the 10th head and said seriously, I am not preparing to catch all of you in one fell swoop, but will definitely catch all of you in one fell swoop. Shameless boasting. Ming Mo smiled coldly. The surrounding people, other than ridiculing, gripped their king-level spirit weapons tightly and released a powerful aura. Kulei was somewhat dazed. He could no longer tell whether the expert beside him was arrogant or confident. Zi-chen turned his head, looked at Kulei, and asked, do you know what I was doing in the forest? Kulei did not understand why this expert would ask a question that was completely unrelated to the situation in front of him. But death could come at any time, so it was better to say a word. It should be training. It could be considered training, but it was actually training a spear technique. The move that killed Lan Bao was actually the last move of the spear technique. Zi-chin asked, do you want to see that move again? Thinking back to Lan Bao's death, Kulei did not know why, but hope rekindled in his heart. He nodded and said, I want to, of course I want to. I did not see it clearly at that time, but now I want to see it again. Ming Mo and the 10th head did not understand what Zi-chin wanted to do, and the others did not understand either. But in the next moment, they understood. Unbeknownst to them, a long spear had appeared in Zi-chen's hand. The long spear glowed with a black light and exuded a sharp aura. Just as the black spear entered his hand, before the others could react, the long spear transformed into a ray of light and pierced towards the side. The nearby cultivator sensed the incoming danger and shouted loudly. The king-level spirit weapon in his hand was raised high, but before he could say the word die, the tip of the spear had already arrived in front of him, pointing at the space between his brows. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Zi-chen's attack came to a halt, and the cultivator of the 5th stage stopped raising his weapon. His eyes were fixed on Zi-chen with fury. Bang! A cold voice rang out from Zi-chen's mouth. The tip of the spear that had been pointed at the 5th layer cultivator's forehead left his forehead. There was a loud explosion in the array, and the head of the 5th domain realm cultivator exploded. One strike, instant kill. Kulei's eyes lit up. Back then, Lan Bao had died like this. The expressions of the other cultivators in the 5th domain changed drastically. They quickly retreated with their domain weapons. You're courting death. Ming Mo's eyes were filled with shock. The 10th head, on the other hand, shouted loudly. He had finished what the 5th domain realm cultivator had failed to say. A powerful aura surged around him, and a king-level spirit weapon appeared in his hand. Zi-chen glanced coldly at the 10th head. The long spear in his hand shook and pointed at the 10th head. A sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. The 10th head raised his head abruptly and vaguely saw a black dragon rushing towards him. The thick sense of danger shrouded his heart. The 10th head had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. He shouted loudly and dashed backwards. As he took a step back, the 5th domain realm cultivators in front of him suddenly disappeared along with the black dragon. Everything just now, like the black dragon and the sense of danger, was like an illusion in his mind. A cold smile appeared on the 10th master's face. He was sure that it was an illusion. Obviously, this guy was very confident. He thought that he could fight those above his level just by relying on his illusions. However, just as he was feeling pleased with himself, he saw from the corner of his eyes that the surrounding crowd had a terrified expression on their faces. Moreover, their gazes seemed to have landed on him. The 10th head looked at them and realized that they were all looking at him. However, they were not looking at his face. They were looking at his body, which seemed to be his chest. The 10th head slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. He saw the tip of a spear that was emitting black light. He did not know when it had appeared at his chest. The cold smile on his face instantly froze. His eyes immediately widened and were filled with deep shock. Then he heard a cold voice behind him. It was only one word, but it echoed clearly in his sea of consciousness. Bang! This word was like the sound of heaven. It shook the 10th head's sea of consciousness. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Then his sea of consciousness completely collapsed and his consciousness dissipated. A bloody hole appeared in the 10th head's chest. His body fell forward. Behind him stood the spear-wielding Zichen. Zichen's eyes were still calm, as if he had just killed an insignificant existence. In the blink of an eye, 2 people had died. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. The 5th layer domain cultivators were so scared that they retreated again and again. Their faces were filled with extreme fear. Mingmo's face was completely pale. The shock in his heart was not any less than the 5th layer domain cultivators. One must know that Zichen could kill the 7th layer 10th head in an instant. Killing him, a peak 6th layer existence, would not be a simple matter of a spear. At this moment he realized that he was wrong. Very wrong. Since the other party dared to come alone, it was not because he was careless. He was not a brainless person, but because he had absolute confidence. At the very least, the entire Wazide could not stop him. Looking at the dead 10th head, Kalei was shocked. He finally witnessed the other party's powerful battle strength. He finally understood that the other party dared to come here because of his confidence. Let's attack together and kill him. At this point, begging for mercy was useless. Ming Mo was also a ruthless person. He shouted coldly. The other 5th layer existences also had cold looks in their eyes. Their bodies flashed, and they rushed towards Zichen. Their weapons emitted cold light, and they pierced towards Zichen's body. At that moment, everyone started to attack Zichen. As for Kulei, he was completely ignored by everyone. Pooh! A cold light shot over, instantly piercing through Zichen's body. Following that, more attacks came, crushing Zichen's body. It was so easy to succeed. Everyone was stunned. A scream came from afar. Everyone subconsciously turned around and saw Zichen holding a spear. Obviously, it was just an afterimage. At this moment, Zichen's back was facing them. The black spear in his hand was already piercing forward. At the end of the spear was the recognized greedy steward of Wazide, Ming Mo. It turned out that when Ming Mo signaled for them to attack, he was planning to escape. Bang! The collapse formula appeared again, and Ming Mo's body completely exploded. Ming Mo was dead. Then Zichen turned around, and his cold gaze landed on the other 5th layer domain realm cultivators. They trembled and wanted to beg for mercy. They didn't even have the chance to fight to the death when facing such a powerful existence. Zichen didn't plan to leave anyone alive. He shook the spear in his hand, and it shot out like a black dragon. Kulei was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the people who fell in the blink of an eye. In his eyes, the situation was doomed, but it was resolved by the expert after several attacks. Every time the spear appeared, it would take away a life. Swoosh! Zichen waved one hand, and balls of light representing the domain realm appeared on the bodies of the dead cultivators. Zichen took away most of the balls of light, leaving 2 behind. He shook his hand, and the balls of light appeared in front of Kalei, who was stunned. This is the reward. Take me to the treasury. Zi Chen's faint voice was heard. Ku Lei did not accept the 2 balls of light. Instead, he looked at Zi Chen in shock and said, "There's a large number of soldiers guarding the area around the treasury. There are even several leaders there. In order to maintain the operation of a force, there had to be a clear system of rewards and punishments. There also needed to be a treasury where everyone's gains were stored. This treasury was everyone's common wealth, and even the strongest leader couldn't take it for himself. There was no doubt that the treasury was the foundation of a force, and there were many experts guarding it." "Lead the way," Zi Chen said coldly. Ku Lei saw the determination in Zi Chen's eyes, so he didn't insist. He took the 2 balls of light, and Zi Chen took the ball. Then the array formation that didn't have any offensive means was broken, and the 2 of them walked out of Ming Mo's residence. There were no more cultivators outside, and it was obvious that Ming and Mo had deliberately left. Then Zi Chen followed Ku Lei to the treasury. Along the way, Ku Lei was very nervous. After all, what they were going to do next would not only cause a commotion in Wallside, but also in the entire 13 alliances. Along the way, Ku Lei met 1 or 2 acquaintances, and after they greeted him warmly, Ku Lei just nodded. Ku Lei was followed by a person, but no one thought much of it. After all, there were too many cultivators here, and not everyone knew each other. As they got closer to the treasury, they met more cultivators, and Ku Lei became more nervous. When they finally arrived at the treasury, Ku Lei almost collapsed. "Who is it?" Sensing that the 2 of them were abnormal, a stage 6 cultivator walked out from the shadows and looked at the 2 of them warily. Looking at the treasury a few hundred meters away, Zi Chen's ball appeared in his hand again. It was given to him by Mo Ling, and it was mainly used to collect the domain realm. As the ball rose, the ripples of light covered the entire treasury. Chapter 1586. The 2 of them dared to attack the treasury guarded by so many experts. In the eyes of the crowd, this was tantamount to courting death. Apart from courting death, this action was obviously a provocation. The 6th domain expert who walked out was furious. His figure flashed, and he slashed at Zi Chen's chest with his king-level spirit weapon. The 6th domain expert used all his strength in this attack. The space began to distort violently, creating a strong pressure. He seemed to see the black-clothed youth being beheaded, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a cold smile. Swoosh! Zi Chen shook the long spear in his hand, and the huge pressure instantly shattered. The long spear was like a bolt of lightning. It swept past the opponent's weapon and pierced his chest. The 6th domain expert's expression instantly froze, and his attack immediately stopped. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He shook the long spear in his hand, and the 6th domain expert's body exploded. A ball of light slowly floated and merged into Zi Chen's body. This was a 6th domain world. It would be completely refined by Zi Chen's perfect world and merged into his own world. After killing 1 person, Zi Chen walked straight ahead. Ku Lei followed behind, trembling in fear. At the entrance of the treasury, a brilliance flashed and more cultivators appeared. These cultivators were all 6th domain experts, and there was no lack of existences comparable to the peak 6th domain experts of the Ming dynasty. However, in front of Zi Chen, these powerful existences were killed with just 1 spear. Zi Chen walked toward the treasury, displaying the essence of the Thunder Dragon Spear art incisively and vividly. Wherever he passed, cultivators fell one after another. No one could withstand a second move from Zi Chen. Wherever he passed, fresh lives were turned into corpses. Balls of light appeared one after another and merged into Zi Chen's body. In Ku Lei's eyes, Zi Chen was like a god fiend. His back was like heaven and earth. The tip of the spear pierced the stone ground, bursting with dazzling sparks. None of the cultivators who rushed out of the treasury could withstand the power of his spear. The spear technique that Mo Ling relied on to become famous was indeed powerful. Everywhere he passed, he left behind a large number of corpses. Pooh! Another cultivator was pierced through the chest, but this time his body did not explode. This was because Ziqin had used the toughness art. This attack focused on speed and instant killing power. The shocking effect it brought was far less than the collapse art, but its killing power was not inferior to the collapse art in the slightest. The cultivator collapsed and died. The world that represented the domain appeared and merged into Ziqin's body. How dare you come to Woodside and behave so atrociously? Die! After a series of killings, a dignified voice finally rang out, and a muscular man rushed out from the treasury. When Clay saw the burly man, his face turned ugly. He said in a trembling voice, "He is the sixth master. His strength is close to the peak of the late seventh level. His defense—" Kulei, who was about to say that the sixth young master's defense was very strong, saw the black spear in Ziqin's hand completely break through the sixth young master's defense and pierce through his heart. The sixth head, who possessed a powerful defense, immediately opened his eyes wide. His round eyes were filled with disbelief. His super-strong defense was not something an ordinary 8th level domain realm cultivator could break, but it was pierced through by this guy in one strike. Ziqin sneered. The spear in his hand trembled slightly. A trace of power escaped from the tip of the spear and shattered the sixth young master's body. It was the collapse art again. Looking at the dead sixth young master on the ground, Clay's heart twitched violently. He never thought that the powerful sixth young master, who was famous for his defense, would not be able to block a single strike. Just as the sixth young master's body fell, another person appeared at the entrance of the treasury. It was not that the other party was slow, but Ziqin's killing speed was too fast. The person who had arrived was a short and small middle-aged man. He had a small mustache, and a dark and cold glint flashed across his eyes. He had just appeared when he saw the dead sixth leader. His expression suddenly changed, and his heart pounded violently. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold intent. He subconsciously looked in front of him and saw a young man in black with a spear staring at him. In an instant, he felt as if he was the prey of a poisonous snake. His whole body became extremely uncomfortable. He is the fourth young master. Behind Ziqin, Clay explained softly. The fourth young master looked at Clay and said angrily, "It is hard to guard against a thief in one's own house. I never thought that one of my men would bring an outsider to attack the mountain." Clay's expression turned ugly. He felt wronged, but he could not say anything. At this point, there was no point in explaining. Furthermore, Ziqin did not have good intentions. With a slight sway, he disappeared from the spot. The fourth young master felt a chill in his heart again and dodged to the side. Pooh! Ziqin's figure appeared. The spear in his hand pierced straight into the wall, while the fourth young master was nailed to the wall. Ziqin's extreme speed was something that even an 8th stage foreign being could not defend against, much less a 7th stage human. The fourth young master had extremely sharp senses. Regardless of whether it was attacking or dodging, he was much stronger than the sixth young master. When Ziqin's attack came, he had already dodged in advance. However, his speed was still too slow. Nailed to the wall by the spear, his face was filled with shock as his life force slowly faded away. Clay was still in shock from the sixth young master being killed in an instant. Now that he saw the fourth young master being stabbed to death, if not for his strong heart, he would have collapsed and fainted. All of this was too shocking. Because he was too shocked, Clay didn't realize that the power displayed by this expert, who was originally only at the 5th level, was already at the 6th level. Retrieving his spear, the fourth young master's body collapsed to the ground, his life force gone. At this point, Ziqin had already killed more than 10 people. and Zi-Chin was about to enter the treasury. However, Clay knew that the true expert had yet to appear. There was still the most difficult stage. The true guardian of the treasury was either the second young master or the third young master. And no matter which young master it was, they all had the strength of an 8th stage. Clay wanted to remind Zi-Chin to be careful, but Zi-Chin had already walked up the steps. With one step, he would step into the true treasury. 2 figures flashed past. Zi-Chin fired 2 more spears, ending their lives. Zi-Chin walked into the treasury. However, before Zi-Chin could see the colorful treasures in the treasury, a domain world filled with a powerful aura sucked Zi-Chin in. When Clay saw the domain world, he heard an old voice. His face was already pale as he said in a trembling voice, "It's the second young master. 8th stage, mid-8th stage." The young masters of Wazide were all ranked according to their combat strength. The second young master's combat strength was only second to the first young master. Usually, he and the third young master would take turns guarding this place. Unfortunately, they had met the stronger second young master today. The second young master was already strong, now that he had ambushed the great master. Although he had displayed a powerful combat strength that made people tremble, his cultivation level was only at the 5th stage. How could a 5th stage win against an 8th stage? Once the mighty expert died, it was naturally impossible for him to survive. But then again, if it wasn't for the great master, he would have died. Death was near, but Clay could face it calmly. To be able to see such a powerful existence before his death, he could die without regrets. One must know that even those higher life forms might not have such powerful combat strength. Just as Clay was thinking about how the second young master would deal with him, he saw a figure appear in front of him. Looking at his attire, it was obviously the great master. Clay rubbed his eyes and looked in front of him in disbelief. Dressed in black, his back straight. Wasn't that the great master? Looking to the side, a corpse had fallen. The owner of the corpse was the second young master that he had caught a glimpse of. Dead. The 8th stage second young master was dead. The 5th stage really defeated the 8th stage. Clay looked at the dead second young master in shock. The second young master's eyes were wide open, and he died with grievances. The fatal wound was on his chest. There was a flat wound there, and it didn't look like it was left by a spear. As long as the great master was alive, he definitely wouldn't die. Huge joy rushed to his heart. Clay didn't have the mood to find out how the second elder was killed. Zi-Chin walked towards the treasury, and Clay followed closely. But soon Zi-Chin stopped. There were no enemies in front, but there was a formation. Come to think of it, the grand formation of the treasury must have just been activated. That would explain why the experts guarding the treasury appeared one by one. I'll leave the rest to you. Zi-Chin's indifferent voice sounded. Clay was stunned. Why would I know this? Of course. Zi-Chin wasn't talking to Clay. He was talking to the sacred lightning beast. As a guy that had lived for countless years, it naturally had a unique understanding of formations. The moment the sacred lightning beast, who had turned into a black nether tiger, appeared, its gaze fell on the formation. It's just a small formation. How can it stop this? As it spoke, the sacred lightning beast stopped. In the next moment, its body emitted light, and it charged towards the formation. The violent collision that they imagined didn't happen. After the sacred lightning beast crashed into the formation flashed a few times, and the sacred lightning beast's figure entered the formation. Zi-Chin was stunned. He was a little surprised. Behind him, Clay stared blankly at the unbelievable scene. Just as they entered the formation, the sacred lightning beast poked its head out. A ray of lightning surged from its body, and the light fell on Zi-Chin and Clay. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared. At this moment, Zi-Chin had already reached the treasury. The 13 Alliance had been established for tens of thousands of years, and Wu side had existed for tens of thousands of years. Under normal circumstances, as long as Wu side didn't die, this force would continue to exist. In these tens of thousands of years, most of the wealth that Wu side had accumulated was here. Clay looked at the colorful, glowing objects in front of him, and his eyes widened. This was the entire wealth of Wuzide, and there were no less than 100 of those glowing domain world orbs. As expected, there's a problem. Chapter 1587. The reason Zichen had come to Wall's side was because Clay had said that the higher-ups were urging them to find the foreign race Zichen. Zichen had felt that something was amiss at the time. Now that he saw the 2 8th-level worlds in the treasury, he was even more certain of his suspicions. Since there were 8 levels of worlds in the treasury, it was obvious that a higher-up was not in a hurry to break through to the next level. It had taken them more than a year to send out all of them at once. The cost of this period was not small. It was not a big deal if there was 1 or 2 of the 13 alliances. But if all of them were like this, then something was obviously wrong. If Zichen's guess was correct, there was definitely an even bigger power behind the lawless 13 alliances in this lawless area. This power was very likely the one that had coveted Zichen's Star Illusion Dragon Spike. The treasury was filled with a dazzling array of items. Besides the realms, there were also beast soul essences, realm fragments, and some other energy resources. Of course, there were also a lot of weapons, armor, and other similar items. Not all of the items in Wall's side were at the domain realm. There were also quite a few reality realm items. In a certain corner of the treasury, there were items that were specifically used by those in the reality realm. Besides a few items, Zichen did not care about the rest of the items. However, in Clay's eyes, these items were undoubtedly equivalent to an astronomical amount of wealth. Zichen's gaze moved as he searched for some useful resources among the glowing objects. He had already entered the 6th level, so even the low-level realms were useless to him. As for the shattered realm fragments, they were completely useless to Zichen. Zichen's realms were too perfect, and all the perfect realms required tens, hundreds, or even thousands of times the amount of resources to grow. Currently speaking, the 6th level of the domain world wasn't of much use to Zichen. Only the 7th and 8th level of the domain world were helpful to Zichen's advancement. However, after all the impurities had been removed from these realms, there wasn't much pure energy left. Previously, when Zichen had broken through from the peak of the 4th stage to the 6th stage, the source of energy he had refined was already an astronomical figure. Apart from the source of energy, the most fundamental reason why Zichen was able to advance so quickly was because he had refined the pure life force of the 2 great powerhouses. Zichen had absorbed and refined both types of energy, which directly caused the 2 powerhouses to be forcefully downgraded. Although the heavy injuries were part of the reason for a sovereign and a heavily injured saint to drop several realms in succession, it could be seen just how pure and enormous the energy contained in the energy was. It could be said that even if Zichen were to kill 100 7th-grade dominions and refine all of them, the energy contained in the dominions might not be able to help Zichen advance even a small realm. Of course, this kind of astronomical consumption was enough to match Zichen's current super strength that ignored levels. This was because one Zichen could almost annihilate a team of 100 7th-grade dominions. If this team of dominions was still in Zichen's perfect dominions, they might not be able to kill Zichen even if their numbers were increased tenfold. This was the true magic of the perfect dominions. Its power would become more and more obvious as Zichen advanced. Although these things aren't very good, they're just passable. Just as Zichen's gaze swept around, the lightning sacred beast suddenly spoke up. After a rough scan, a disappointed expression appeared on its face. Clearly, it was very dissatisfied with the items in the treasury. However, it was better than nothing. These things were just passable. Thus, it opened its mouth and inhaled abruptly. Everything in the treasury that contained energy was dissolved by this inhalation and turned into pure energy that was sucked into the sacred lightning beast's stomach. As the endless energy entered its stomach, it was as if it had entered an abyss. The sacred lightning beast did not show any signs of satiation. Ku-lei looked on helplessly as the dominions exploded and turned into a huge amount of energy that was absorbed. He was even a little worried that the black nether tiger would explode from being too greedy. "You're too greedy." Zi Chen's dissatisfied voice rang out. His figure flashed, and he rushed toward the 2 8th-grade dominions and immediately took them. It seemed like this was the most valuable thing in the treasury. As soon as the 2 8th-level worlds were taken away, the entire treasury exploded. The items that contained a huge amount of energy exploded one after another. Medicinal herbs that had been born with spirits, king-level spirit weapons, and even some strange objects that had given birth to life were all shattered. The spiritual energy within them was all forcefully extracted. They struggled, letting out unwilling roars and screams of despair as they entered the Thunder Saint Beast's stomach, one after another. They were simply unable to resist. This, Kulei's eyes widened, but he could not say a word. In the blink of an eye, the previously shining treasury lost all its luster. There were still many things in the treasury, but all of them had lost their spiritual energy and were useless. In less than a minute, it had devoured all the spiritual energy in the treasury. When he looked at the black nether tiger again, he saw that it had merely burped. There were no changes to its body, and even its abdomen did not show any signs of swelling. One had to know that if Kulei had completely refined all this energy, he could have broken through several realms. He might even be able to jump into level 8. However, after absorbing so much energy, the black nether tiger's realm did not change at all. This is really just a black nether tiger with a high-level bloodline. Even if a high-level life form were to come, it would not be so ferocious. Kulei was completely stunned by the black nether tiger's actions. However, in the next moment, the black nether tiger said, "I heard that there are a total of 13 places like this. Let's hurry to the other 12. Kulei almost fainted when he heard this. Robbing one was not enough. Now, it was targeting the other 12 forces. Boom! At this moment, the sound of energy vibrations came from outside. Someone was attacking the array. Kulei's expression changed. It should be the first head. He is in Wu's side. The first head of Wu's side was called Wu's side. At this moment, he was looking at the treasury that had activated all its defenses with a gloomy expression. When he heard that something had happened to the treasury, he rushed over as fast as he could. However, he was still one step too late. Even the second head was dead. When he found out that only 2 people had entered, he was shocked and furious. Beside him, 2 cultivators were kneeling. One of them was the one who had stopped Kulei. "My lord, this is all I know." That person said fearfully. Wu's side's expression darkened. This means that it was that idiot Ming Mo who provoked this existence. The cultivator was so scared that he did not dare to speak. Although Ming Mo was already dead, he still did not dare to nod his head. That idiot. It's fine if he was greedy, but he actually brought us such a powerful enemy. That damn thing. Wu's side's eyes were filled with killing intent. At the same time, he urged the others to break the array. Looking up at the round ball above his head, Wu's side's eyes were filled with killing intent. His eyes were filled with worry. Since he dared to come here so brazenly, he should have some tricks up his sleeve. I can only strike first. With a cold glint in his eyes, Wu's side opened up his domain world, enveloping everyone in it, including the treasure vault. Boom! The array around the treasury finally broke. Wu's side sent a strand of a spiritual will inside. When he saw that there was no more spiritual energy in the treasury, his vision turned black and he almost fainted. Boundless killing intent surged as Wu Shurta roared, "Die for me!" It's the first head's voice. Hearing this voice, Kalei could not take it anymore and fainted. Zi Chen strode out of the treasury with the sacred thunder beast by his side. Wu Side's domain had already enveloped all the buildings in the surroundings. Similarly, all the cultivators in the buildings were also within the domain. When he saw Zi Chen appear, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He did not expect this person to be so young. Moreover, as the intelligence said, he was only at the 5th rank and had a pet of the 4th rank with him. However, this man and beast were able to kill the second head. Looking at the expression on the second head's face before he died, it was clear that he had seen an extremely shocking scene. However, the difference in their cultivation levels allowed Wu's side to heave a sigh of relief. Initially, he wanted to make peace with Lin Fan as long as they could not be enemies, but now he decided to kill Lin Fan once and for all. This was not just because of the deaths of his subordinates. More importantly, it was because the treasury had been emptied. This was no ordinary robbery. All the energy had been taken away. Now, even if he managed to get back the energy, these items would still be useless. In other words, Wu Side's gains over the past tens of thousands of years were all destroyed today. Wu Side's voice was filled with boundless killing intent. You killed all these people. Zi Chen looked at Wu Side and smiled coldly. Of course. You have to die. Wu Side gritted his teeth. Whether I die or not can be discussed later. Do you know who gave this to me? Zi Chen pointed the round ball above his head and said, It's useless to try and claim connections now, even if you're the illegitimate son of the Shantian prefecture master. You have to die today. Hearing the voice that was filled with killing intent, Zi Chen only lightly laughed. Haha, I'm not so lucky as to become someone's illegitimate child, but I'm sure you know the person I'm talking about. He's called Mo Ling, and this thing was given to me by him. In the Shantian prefecture, who did not know Mo Ling. Hearing this name, Wu Side was clearly taken aback, but he quickly understood what it meant. You are. He looked at Zi Chen in disbelief. Before he could finish his sentence, Zi Chen had already launched his attack. Now he was certain that the 13 alliances were under the jurisdiction of that huge power. Therefore he did not hold back. Thus began a frenzied slaughter. Zi Chen wanted to accumulate enough glowing spheres of domains for his next breakthrough. Chapter 1588. Ku Lei was shocked. He immediately got up and looked around cautiously. Not far away he saw a figure. Lord Expert. Ku Lei would never forget the owner of the figure. After getting up, he shouted excitedly. His face was filled with joy. Clearly, the fact that the expert was in the mood to roast meat meant that the two of them were safe. You're awake. Zi Chen turned around and glanced at Kalei with a meaningful smile. Recalling the scene before he fainted, Kalei scratched his head awkwardly. The impact of that day was simply too great, and his emotions were fluctuating wildly. In the end, when he saw the great leader Wu Side and felt that terrifying power, he completely lost control and fainted. Besides the awkwardness, Kalei also had many doubts. Hence, he asked carefully, Lord, where's head? Zi Chen was seriously roasting meat. After a while, he said dead. Although he had expected this, Kalei was still shocked when he heard it at this moment. Wu Side was annihilated in a single day. From the great leader Wu Side himself to the deacons of the 5th domain realm, all of them were killed. That day, the entire Wu Side was covered in blood. The boiling blood flowed down from the top of Wu Side to a low-lying area below. On that day, many cultivators stared in shock and fear at the figure of a young man riding on the black nether tiger. He was only at the 5th tier, but he had single-handedly destroyed the entire rusted city, including the 5th domain realm cultivators. All of them were killed. Only a few 4th domain realm cultivators were left. In this lawless place, a fourth domain realm cultivator wasn't even considered a force. Soon, the 13 alliances would be reduced by 1 and become 12 alliances. As for Wu's side, it would disappear forever. It would be taken over by other forces. Wu's side was destroyed without any warning. Almost no one knew the reason. Most people guessed that the other party had a grudge against Wu's side and was here to seek revenge. Some guessed that the other party was here for the treasure vault. No one would have guessed that the destruction of Wallstead was due to the greed of this new steward, Ming Mo. Not only did he lose his life, he also lost the entire Wallstead. Because of his initial choice, Zichen did not abandon Clay. Although this person was a bit timid, he was able to let Zichen leave at a critical moment. He could be considered a clever person. In this Zhanwu continent, there were not many wonderful people. The powerful Shen Tian Dao was one of them. Those who had gone through life and death with him were also one of them. The current average strength and somewhat timid Clay was also one of them. Thus, Clay no longer ate the burnt barbecued meat. Not only did Zichen share the barbecued meat with him, he also gave Clay 2 additional 5-fold worlds. "My lord, what do you plan to do next?" Klein asked cautiously as he ate the roasted meat. He recalled what the black nether tiger had said. Now he was afraid that the black nether tiger would really find trouble with the other 12 forces. Tossing a bottle of wine to the flattered Clay, Zichen said indifferently, "I've gained quite a bit this time. Let's refine them first." Before Clay could relax, Zichen looked at Clay and said, "Next, you have to show me the way to the 12 forces." "Ah!" Clay cried out in shock. His face paled and he lost his composure. "My lord, are you really planning to destroy the 13 Alliance?" Zichen smiled lightly and said, "Of course. They were the ones who provoked me first. Are you unwilling, or do you not dare?" Clay's face was filled with awkwardness. However, when he thought about the scene he had seen before, he had a certain amount of confidence in this expert who had never asked for his life before. However, when he thought about the reason for Wallstead's destruction, he became speechless. It should be known that Wallstead was destroyed because of Ming Mo's greed. However, the other 12 forces were also implicated because of this reason. Of course, Zichen wouldn't attack the 13 Alliance for such a small reason. Before killing Wallstead, Zichen's words had confirmed the relationship between Wallstead and that force. Next, it was time to refine resources and raise his cultivation level. There were no more accidents during this period. On the other side, Zichen fell into silence. Nothing major happened in Shantian Prefecture. After the grand competition ended, Shantian Dao and the others returned to their respective cities and began to cultivate in seclusion. Man Shi and the others also went into seclusion after returning to Huping City. This time because Zichen wasn't able to participate in the final grand competition. The higher-ups of Shantian Prefecture gave the other for a certain amount of compensation. The 4 of them received a lot of resources and went into seclusion to refine them after returning. Zichen's deeds were added to the list. Now, Zichen's reputation in Huping City could be said to be soaring. In Huping City, there might still be people who didn't know who the city lord was, but there was definitely no one who didn't know who Zichen was. The void tree in Zichen's domain world had long stopped its work outside. The roots that had pierced into the void were all retracted and extended into the balls of light. Those balls of light were all domain worlds, and the weakest one was a level 6 domain world. As the void tree absorbed them, the balls of light slowly shrank until they disappeared. A lot of energy was absorbed, refined, and fed back into Zichen's perfect world, increasing the size of Zichen's domain bit by bit. Each increase in size represented an increase in Zichen's strength. At the same time, Zichen wasn't idle. He was refining the other domain worlds. This time he had killed a lot and obtained a lot of domain worlds. As for the lightning's sacred beast, it was lying on the side listlessly. It looked like it was dozing off, but it was actually healing its injuries. The news of Wallstead's destruction caused a commotion among the other 12 forces. Soon, people came to investigate. When they heard that only one person and one beast had killed Wallstead, and that the person was a level 5 domain world while the beast was a level 4 domain world. The expressions of the cultivators who came to investigate changed drastically. When the news was passed back, the other forces didn't care. In this world, there were too many experts. Perhaps Wallstead had offended someone he shouldn't have. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. The 12 forces didn't care about Wallstead's destruction. However, during this time, they still didn't give up on searching for Zichen. Half a year later, Zichen refined all the resources that it could. With the help of many resources, Zichen's cultivation level increased slightly, but he didn't break through. His figure reappeared. Zichen decided to go on the road. All right, let's go find the second force. After Zichen came out of seclusion, he woke Kalei up. Half a year had passed, and the latter had directly advanced by a small realm. Let's go now. Kalei was shocked. One had to know that in this half a year, he had only refined 2 minor worlds. However, Zichen had obtained so many minor worlds. Could it be that he had refined all of them? If that was the case, then his speed was too fast. The second force was called Mamenwu. Like Wallstead, this force was named after its founder. However, it wasn't just one person. Instead, it was named after Mo Man and Wu Er. In this force, there weren't any level 9 experts. However, in most cases, level 8 experts were the true pinnacle of existence. One had to know that when Mu Feng became the city lord of Huping City, he was only at level 4. As for level 8 experts, they could easily guard the next city in Shantian Prefecture. Under Ku Lei's lead, Zichen arrived at Mamenwu. The force they were in occupied a small mountain peak. There were many tall buildings built on the mountain peak. Other than that, there were many small spaces on the mountain peak. At a glance, this place looked like a sect. However, the division of titles here was indeed the same as a sect. However, the only difference was that there was no sect protection array here. Entering the mountain peak, there were only steps. Zichen and Kulei were blocked by 2 people at the foot of the mountain. Both of them were at level 5. One of them glanced at Zichen and said coldly, "Show me your token." In Mamenwu, everyone had a token. Every token was a form of identification. Once the token was refined, everyone would be able to sense the same aura. Although they didn't know each other, they wouldn't stop them. As for Zichen and Kulei, they naturally didn't have any tokens. Of course, they couldn't show them. Hence, Zichen took out his spear and fired 2 shots. The battle began at the foot of the mountain. Zichen held his spear and walked up the steps. Kulei followed behind him. He held a round ball in his hand and released a trace of energy to collect the minor worlds. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of others. Seeing that someone was charging into the mountain, the other guards also rushed over. However, in front of Zichen, no one could dodge a shot. Zichen walked up with his spear, leaving a trail of corpses behind him. Blood flowed down the bluestone steps to the foot of the mountain. Clay carefully collected the lumps of domain realm light. Just like that, Zichen killed every god and Buddha he met. He killed all the way to the top of the mountain and met one headmaster after another. However, in front of Zichen, these headmasters still couldn't dodge a shot. Soon, those headmasters were all killed. Zichen went to find the treasury again. During this time, Zichen met Wu Er of Mamenwu. He, who was at level 8, died in Zichen's perfect world. In front of the treasury door, Zichen pierced Momen's heart with his spear. At this point, more than 60% of the powerhouses in this force had died. As for the powerhouses on the other mountains who were about to rush over, they all turned and fled when they heard that their boss was killed. In front of the treasury door, the Thunder sacred beast manifested and led the 2 of them into the treasury. Looking at the dazzling array of items, the Thunder sacred beast opened its mouth and began to absorb again. Zi-Chun took away the useful resources as fast as he could. A moment later, all the items in the treasury lost their spiritual power. The two of them and the beast turned around and went down the mountain. Wherever they passed, no one dared to stop them. The 13 alliances had lost one more force. When this news spread, it caused an uproar. Just as everyone was guessing whether the destruction of the two major forces was a coincidence, the news of a third force being attacked came. It was the same two people and one beast, and the result was the same. There were still 10 forces left in the 13 alliances. Chapter 1589. One by one, the void trees took root in the balls of light. As the green leaves swayed, waves of pure energy were absorbed by the roots, refined, and sent to the trunk of the trees. Finally, the energy was injected into the world. As far as the eye could see, there were dozens of void trees working without rest, and under the roots of the void trees there were many balls of light that represented the domain worlds entwined around them. As the pure energy in the domain worlds was absorbed, the balls of light that lost their spirit energy crumbled one by one and disappeared into nothingness. Zi-Chen sat cross-legged in the perfect domain world. He was now on the verge of a breakthrough. The balls of light around him exploded one by one. The pure spirit energy in them turned into a storm that swept into the distance. On the other hand, Zi-Chen's vast world was expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a huge amount of energy was being consumed. As the domain world expanded, Zi-Chen's aura also slowly increased. Finally, he advanced from the peak of the middle stage to the late stage of the 6th stage. He was only a small step away from the minimum requirement to enter the battlefield of despair. It had been 20 years since the destruction of Worsted. In these 20 years, 12 of the 13 alliances had been destroyed. Only the Storm faction remained. The faction's name was the Storm faction. By the time Zi-Chen walked out of the domain world, Kalei had already finished refining all the energy. 20 years had passed, and Kalei, who had followed Zi-Chen, had improved his strength by leaps and bounds. His realm had risen from the initial stage of the 4th layer to the peak of the 5th layer. He was only a step away from the 6th layer. Under Kalei's witness, Zi-Chen had destroyed 12 factions. He already knew that Zi-Chen's strength was at the 6th stage. As for the 5th stage, it was just to confuse others. In the process of destroying the 12 factions, he had encountered many dangers. Injuries were common, but fortunately, he had survived every time. Congratulations on breaking through again, my lord. Shall we go and destroy the Storm faction now? Kalei's face was full of anticipation. He had thought that the Black Nether Tiger's words were just a joke. He didn't expect that after 20 years, 12 of the 13 alliances had been destroyed. There was only one left. However, this last one was also the strongest. Zi-Chen glanced at Kalei and said, "You don't have to go this time." "I'm not going." Kalei was startled. Zi-Chen smiled faintly and said, "We've already destroyed 12 of their forces. They've already been alerted. Perhaps they're waiting for us right now. But Sir still wants to go?" Kalei didn't understand. "We've already destroyed 12 of them. What's one more?" Zi-Chen chuckled. Knowing the location of the storm, Zi-Chen set off alone. However, Kalei insisted on following him. He made it clear that he would only watch from the outside of the storm and would not go in. The storm was thousands of miles away from Zi-Chen's place of seclusion, but to the two of them, this distance was nothing. While Zi-Chen and the others were on their way to the storm, in another direction, there was also a small group of 5 people heading in the same direction. 2 of them were at the 9th stage of the domain realm, and the other 3 were at the 8th stage of the domain realm. A young man was in the middle of the team. He was only at the 8th stage of the domain realm. Beside him were two ninth-stage domain realm cultivators. As they walked, the two ninth-stage domain realm cultivators deliberately slowed down the young man by half a step. Their expressions were respectful. It seemed that their cultivation levels were high, but their status wasn't as high as the young man's. They seemed to be his guards. Young master, according to the news, the person coming is very strong. Once you encounter him, please don't be rash, a ninth-stage domain realm cultivator beside the young man said. The young man smiled and said, "Kuwei, you've said this more than 10 times along the way. Don't you find it annoying?" The ninth-stage domain realm cultivator smiled embarrassedly and said, "It doesn't matter if it's annoying, as long as young master is safe." The young man waved his hand and said, "He's only at the 5th stage. Even if he's strong, how strong can he be? Could he be stronger than a higher life form?" "Young master, you mustn't be careless. He must have suppressed his cultivation level. He said he's at the 5th stage, but it's very likely that he's at the 9th stage," another 9th stage domain realm cultivator said. "There's no need to be afraid of a 9th stage domain realm cultivator. Don't we have the two of you? Moreover, there must be other people in the storm. We have the absolute advantage in numbers. As long as he dares to come, he'll definitely die." The young man still didn't care. "That's true. But, young master, you must know that there's a difference between the strong and the weak in the 9th stage domain realm. If he's a ruthless character from the battlefield of despair, he's definitely not someone you can suppress with numbers," Kuwei said beside him. The young man laughed and said, "If he's really from the battlefield of despair, he won't be able to fight after knowing my identity. In this region, oh no, in the entire Royal Sky region, who dares to not give face to the Wong clan?" The two 8th stage domain realm cultivators didn't say anything. As for the two 9th stage domain realm cultivators, they couldn't help but feel worried after exchanging glances. The Wong clan was indeed powerful. In the entire Royal Sky region, there were very few people who didn't give face to them. However, this didn't include those powerful existences in the battlefield of despair. "Kuwei, didn't you come from the battlefield of despair? Why are you so unconfident?" the young man suddenly said. The other three looked at Kuwei in astonishment. Clearly, this was the first time they had heard of this. Kuwei's face had a trace of awkwardness as he said, "There's a difference between the strong and the weak in the battlefield of despair. I've only stayed there for a year." The other three looked at Kuwei in astonishment. One must know that it was already very impressive to be able to survive for a month in the battlefield of despair, let alone an existence who had lived for a year. Although they were all the young master's guards, they didn't know each other well. The young man asked curiously, "Everyone says that the battlefield of despair is very dangerous. Kuwei, tell us, exactly how dangerous is it?" A trace of fear appeared in Kuwei's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he said, "That place is considered, hell. It's very normal to die there. Anyone who walks out alive is a demon." "Oh, then you're considered a demon too." "No, I'm just a little brat at most." As they exchanged questions and answers, the group of 5 wasn't far from the storm. At this moment they saw 2 people, a young man and a middle-aged man. Looking at the middle-aged man, who purposely walked behind them, they could tell that the young man was also a disciple of an aristocratic family. However, he only had a guard of the 5th layer. Compared to the young man from the Wong clan, he seemed a little too shabby. The young man from the Wong clan looked at the young man not far away. There was contempt and disdain in his eyes as he said, "It's indeed a poor place. Even a 5th layer can be considered a guard." Beside him, Kuwei said loudly, "Young master, not everyone is from the Imperial Sky region. In fact, a 5th layer isn't weak here." Listening to the conversation between the two, Zi-Chun glanced at the 5 of them expressionlessly. If they continued on this path, their final destination would be the storm. "Sir, even Kuwei, who was at the peak of the 5th layer, felt his heart tremble when he saw the 5 of them. Hence, he called out softly. Chen shook his head lightly. However, he slowed down his pace, intentionally letting the 5 of them go first. The 5 of them were much stronger than the 2 of them. After mocking them a few times and seeing that the 2 of them didn't respond, they lost interest and walked straight ahead. Chen and Kulei were right behind the 2 of them. Sir, they are going to the storm. Kulei transmitted his voice. Should be 2 9th layer and 3 8th layer. The storm is quite popular. Just as the 2 of them were discussing, the 5 people in front of them noticed that the 2 of them were following them. These 2 can't be allies of the storm, right? The young man mocked. Impossible. I can beat 100 of them with a single punch. The storm will only lose face if it finds such allies. Maybe he is the illegitimate son of one of the leaders of the storm, Kuwei said indifferently. Soon, the 5 of them arrived at the storm. The structure of the 13 alliances was similar. Almost all of them were people who occupied mountains and called themselves kings. Hence, their bases were all on towering mountains. Behind the 5 of them, the 2 people who were following them had suddenly become one. Only the young man was left. The young master of the Wang clan didn't mind. However, Kuwei frowned slightly. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they encountered guards. Even without the token, the guards didn't dare to stop the 5 of them. But strangely, after letting the 5 of them pass, the guards didn't check Chen either. Kuwei, who was walking in front, suddenly frowned and looked down. What's wrong? The young man turned around and looked at the young man who was slowly climbing up. Kuwei shook his head. Nothing. Maybe it's an illusion. He had just felt a vague fluctuation of space power, but after carefully sensing it, he couldn't detect it. As for the young man behind him, no one stopped him. He had a preconceived notion that the other party was from the storm. Just like that, the 5 of them climbed up the mountain. Behind them, Chen followed unhurriedly. Suddenly, a group of cultivators walked out of the mountain path. These cultivators were patrolling guards. However, one of them was startled. Scared? Those are the allies of the Lord. Now we're just waiting for that reckless guy to come up. A cultivator next to him laughed. The cultivator rubbed his eyes again and stared straight ahead. Yes, he wasn't mistaken. The young man in black following behind the 5 cultivators was the demon who had once destroyed their faction. This discovery made the cultivator's face filled with horror. He had the urge to scream out loud. But at that moment, the young man suddenly turned around and smiled at him. Looking at the other party's devilish smile, the cultivator immediately covered his mouth with both hands, afraid that he would become the first person to be killed if he made a sound. Old Lu, what's wrong with you? Looking at the cultivator next to him, whose expression changed, a patrolling cultivator next to him asked in confusion. The cultivator covered his mouth, his face filled with horror. At that moment, a cry of surprise came from another direction. It's him. He's that demon. He's coming to destroy the storm. 12 of the 13 alliances were destroyed. Many of the survivors had joined the storm. At that moment, they recognized the demon-like figure at a glance. Everyone around was startled and looked at Chen. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.